That doesn't really look at me, so it's perfect. Do you need help?
Jessica, you are always providing.
Test. Oh, hello. You are.
Yes. You're fine. You're fine.
Right.
Hi. I heard you.
Scary.
Oh, sorry, my ass is like totally in the way.
I don't like the It's more of like it's American movie. So one, I mean, I'm always there. It's like online. But that's how sitting here. It's here though. I call this meeting to order at 7:04 p.m. Welcome to our new room. Bear with me as we deal with structure tonight. All right, so the first order of business is the approval of the minutes from last week's meeting, January 8th. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes, to publish their officer reports?
I have.
Okay, well, let's just do left at the end of the meeting, but try to do it possible by the end of the meeting, if not, we can do it next week. But you also didn't send it to me. Okay, yeah, well, great. Okay, so let's move into the agenda for tonight's meeting then. Yeah, okay, cool. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Jay?
So can I, request to put FSC as a discussion item, like a proposal we have that, I think Dr. Phillips, that was, kind of the map, right, if you can get it on, to add it as a discussion item and then roll call vote to move it as an action.
Are you talking about the tire for hire?
No, not that one.
A different one?
Yes, so parking, transportation scholarship discussion item. Surplus proposal.
So. On transportation instead?
Yeah, transportation scholarship. Thank you.
Sure. And do you want that to be a discussion item, or do you want to vote on that tonight?
If possible, vote on it tonight, but I think we have to first add it to the discussion item, right, and then, we propose to move it as an action.
Sure. Would we do that right now? Would we do an action item or later? Oh, sorry.
As you're doing the agenda, you're going to go to edit, and then you go to make it.
Great. Okay, so do it right now.
Or you can take all these minutes and then vote additions.
Great, okay, so we'll do that. All right, so what we're doing right now is I'm just gonna add it with all the other amendments, and then what we'll do is we'll take a vote to change it to an action item, and then we'll take a vote to approve the agenda as amended, like you do. Does that make sense to everyone? Great. Okay, any other amendments to the agenda, Robert?
Can you move up all of those items? Right. So, can we move external vice president to the front, and then after that, move all the discussions about surplus allocations after that?
Yes, absolutely. Following public comment, or we'll proceed? You can go for public comment, and then we'll do public comment, and then we'll do the discussion. Okay, I also want to add a discussion item, for the end regarding the letter we received from the ASU Ceiling Communications Board. So I'll just put it with my name, ASU Ceiling Communications Board letter. And we'll do that again after the Jay? Sure.
Could we add a discussion item about, slaves and political parties, their history and should they exist?
Sure. We're just gonna call it the session slates. George?
I'm just gonna ask, you were at this board?
Yes.
Okay.
I was supposed to do that.
Okay.
Yes,
And then, is it still the option?
absolutely. Yeah. We can talk about that when it gets closer. Okay, any other amendments to the agenda? That is on their officer reports for me?
Can I strike the C's, the surplus applications?
Sure. Anyone else? All right, so to review, you're moving external vice president for the front right after this. We are also moving all of our surplus allocation discussions and votes following public comment. We are adding 2 discussion items, one on the ASU Slate Communications Board letter and one on the slates. And lastly, we are adding a discussion item, which we may or may not convert to an action item, on the FSC Transportation Scholarship Surplus Proposal and striking C. Any other amendments to the agenda? Great, okay, so we're first gonna take a vote to move the discussion item on the FSC Transportation Scholarship Surplus Proposal from a discussion item to an action item. We're gonna take that vote, and then we'll take a vote to approve the agenda as amended. The agenda as amended, wow. Yes.
So yeah, for my allocations, I would.
You do, okay. we take a blanket vote to all the surplus?
Do one vote for all the additions to the agenda.
Okay.
You need 2/3 for that to pass. If it were to not pass, you could go back and do that one.
Okay.
Then you can take a vote. If you do a blanket vote for everything that's changing action to action, you need voters to pass. If it were to not pass, you could go back and do that one.
Right.
And then you would do your general vote to approve your amended.
So we first do a vote to approve amendments.
Your additions.
The additions.
Action items, and then you have the entire agenda, which includes the things that.
Great, okay. So our first vote, we're going to just take a vote to approve the additions to the agenda and not the entire agenda itself. So is there a motion to approve the additions to the agenda? Jamie, is there a second? Bella, okay. Vote for roll call beginning with IVP,
Yes.
EVP.
Yep.
General 1, General 2, General 3, AAC, CEC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
CAC, DAC,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC, DSR.
Yes.
Great, by vote 13-0, the motion passes, the additions to the agenda are approved. So next, we're going to do a blanket vote to convert the following discussion items to action items. The first is the FSC Transportation Scholarship, and then all, is that 6 under IVP, so GCGP replace surplus, GCGP worker pay, clear lines, massage chair, and office pay, correct? And also the general 1 scholarship surplus.
Okay.
And EVP as well? Yes.
Forgot that one. Did I sit down?
Okay. Okay. Here, okay, so we're basically voting to turn all of the surplus application discussion items to action items. Yes.
You may want to do it in point of order, because to add the commuter lounge
Okay.
item first.
Sure.
You can't convert it to action until after you.
Sure. Great, thank you.
Oh, Claire.
Yeah.
Also put the office reallocation for TSM.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna have to take points of order on both of those. So Jessica, is that an action item or a discussion item?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do that at the end when we do contingency and we do the other discussions. So TSR, ISR. Alright. Thank you all for bearing with us. The agenda is a bit of a mess this evening, but we're moving through it. Okay, so we're gonna take another vote, point of order, to add those last 2 additions, Jessica's addition about TSR, ISR office reallocation, and Robert's addition about computer lounge. Understood? Is there a motion to approve the last 2 additions to the agenda? Is there a second? Bella, okay. We vote for roll call beginning with IVP.
Yes.
EVP, General 1, General 2, General 3, AAC, CDC,
Yes.
CSC, CAC, DAC, FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR.
Yes.
Are you proxy for CAC? Okay, so we unfortunately don't have a vote as a proxy, so. Sorry, I'm going to Serena and step out, but feel free to participate in conversations. Great, okay, by a vote of 12-0, the motion passes and the new additions to the agenda are approved.
You may want to, for minutes, make a note that the vote on the first group of additions would have been 12-0-0.
Absolutely. All right. Great, so now we are going to take a vote to convert all of the surplus applications as well as Jessica's TSR, ISR office reallocation from discussion items to action items. Okay? Is there a motion to convert all the aforementioned discussion items to action items? Aisha? Is there a second? Jamie? All right, go for roll call beginning with IBD.
Yes.
PDP.
Yes.
Center 1, Center 2, Center 3, AC, EC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
DAB,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SBC,
Yes.
TSR.
Yes.
Great, by the 12-0. The motion passes, and the aforementioned discussion items are taken action. So lastly, we'll need to take a motion to approve the entire agenda as amended. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Great, is there a second? Oh,
Before you motion, this, like, this breakfast that goes on, I always talk about it among each other.
what do you mean?
So what I mean is, like, this is the dialogue, what happens now in that office, and we'll go into the general.
Yes, we talked about it a little bit last week, but I can, sure, so when we do surplus allocations, we'll just talk about that, we won't add it as a formal discussion, underneath that we have to take another vote, I think we all know we just move forward with the agenda. But we definitely can discuss that once we do all of our surplus allocations. If that's okay with you. Sure. Yes. If you would rather just add it as a discussion, we can just have to take another vote to add it.
Surplus discussions already on.
Okay,
Right before all of this is.
sure. Okay, so no need to add it then.
Discussion before.
All right, so Jay made a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Was there a second? Second by Jamie. All right, vote for roll call beginning with IBD.
Yes.
EP, Center 1, Center 2. Center 3,
Yeah.
AC. Huh?
Yes.
CC,
Yes.
CSC, DAG, FSC,
Yes.
SBC, TSR.
Yes.
Great, by the 12-0, the agenda is approved as amended. We can go. All right, we're going to start, as we mentioned before, with EVP's officer report, for taking us to the region.
Yes, hello. So, biggest update was went to the UCSA conference, and there were a lot of important discussions that happened. One of the biggest ones was around the student advisor position, which I touched on last week. And I wanted to make sure that I was coming here and you were hearing it from me and not just through the grapevine, like on Facebook about how that conversation went. And so basically UCSA had voted as a board to sunset the program. My personal opinion on it was that I was in favor of this, largely because after having a very lengthy discussion with people who had a better understanding of the position, why the position was created, the history behind it, the history of this position was to basically make it a face that the regions could say had a voice, even though they didn't really have a legitimate one. That way they could kind of shut students up about getting a second student region. And what we've seen over the last 2 years is that it hasn't been institutionally supported. There's very little chance of changing the way that the position is chosen, and right now it is chosen essentially by the regions, and therefore it is inherently not pushing student needs. And actually, when you have the student regent who is largely voted on by students and the advisor who is the final say is picked by the regents, it's pretty inherent that these two personalities are going to be butting heads. And the last 2 years we've been seeing student advisors actively undercutting the student regents and making it harder for them to do their work. So currently what UCSA is pushing is getting better student representation through increased stars, which actually have student advocates for the regents. They have huge access. That's one of the privileges that I'm going to have at the meeting that I go tomorrow, so I get a full meeting with student affairs, I can get lunch with the regents, talk to them constantly, push the issues that we want to see happen, and we want to get, it would essentially be 2 more open seats for students, so that way it would be way less kind of private as it is right now. And then also we want to get advisors on all of the committees. Right now we're only allowed 3, and then so this would basically substitute the only position, the only like voice that the student advisor has currently, which is being an advisor in these spaces, by adding another student to that space that is chosen by students and is also more of an expert in that space because they are applying specifically for this. That way we don't have a situation like we had with the current student advisor who went on a tangent about how basic need security and food insecurity is how it's important for the regions to keep in mind that some students don't have time or are too tired to make food because that's what his perception of food insecurity is. And so that's the type of representation we've been seeing with people that hold these positions and what has come out of the current selection process. So we want to do that, and then there's going to start being a much stronger, we're really refocusing on getting a second student regent, and we've also felt that if we decided to continue this program, the regents would use it as a way to cop out of having that by saying, oh, well, you already have representation for 2 students in grad and undergrad, why do you need another one? And so with stifle, keeping this would stifle actual efforts that would provide meaningful change for students. So that's my big grant. If you want to hear more about it, I'm more than welcome to have individual conversations with anyone from the public or anyone on the board. Other updates from the office, Title IX comments are due in about 2 weeks. We're going to be doing an event on Friday. Time is to be determined. Watch for the EVP Facebook page or just check on Burn Block. We're going to be doing photos. We also have a Google form that can streamline the process of writing a public comment as well, and it will come with a resource guide on what the major changes are. Claire's office has already said that they can help out with that. Also an ask is that you take like 10 minutes out of your office meeting to have people in your office write a public comment. OP and EVP are both doing that as well. And I will send a link to the Google form in GroupMe and we'll post it on Facebook. Yes, those are the major things. Love y'all, fun. If you need me to yell the reasons for anything, let me know because I'll be with them the entire rest of this.
Probably thanks. All right, everyone. We will now be moving to public comment. As you guys before, no public comment is split into 3 sections. The first is no audio recording, no video recording. Behind that is to protect students like unneedy students who are victims of stalking, etc. The second, the audio recording, but not video recording. The third, they'll be both. All right, we're now moving to audio recording without video. First row. Second row. Third row. And last row. Finally, we'll move to the section of both audio and video recording, and we'll begin with the first row. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophia. I'm from the OP's office. I'm one of the lead directors. And I just want to let everybody here know about an event that we're hosting next Monday, a Women's Network Night. This networking night is going to be on the 21st from 6 to 8 p.m. in the room reception room. The networking night will include a panel of professional women who will be speaking about obstacles that they face in the workplace, how they've dealt with career and family, wage gap, discrimination, how to build a stronger network in the workplace, and also post-college journeys. We will also be having we'll have about 50 different professionals coming to roles or anybody else would like to join. And it'll be a great opportunity. So unfortunately, I don't have flyers because our interns were so thorough today. But Claire would be happy to distribute flyers with the artists to anyone. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody can give the front row. Second row? Yes.
Sorry, I think y'all can see me. Hi, my name is Andrea, and a lot of you don't know me, but thank you so much for taking the time. I know you all are rushing through your agenda and stuff like that, so thank you for hearing me out. I am a fourth-year student here at UCLA, and I'm also I'm also an international student. I'm from Malaysia. I was born and raised all my life. I'm also the international student ambassador for Malaysia at UCLA, and so basically this comment is not just for me, but also from the amount of international students I have personally interacted with. I'm here to speak to you basically about the Gen Rep 1 award that will be given, as to my understanding, not just like for international students or just for everyone in UCLA, but it is open to international students. The reason why I'm speaking to you is because this is something very, very dear to my heart, as well as a lot of other international students. A lot of times it gets me very upset because I sometimes don't even look at scholarships anymore because the second bullet point is always that you have to be a citizen or permanent resident, and I unfortunately don't have that privilege. And so this would mean a lot to me. And also one of the things that a lot of people don't know about is that like international students are often very affected by exchange rates that are happening that are completely outside of our control. It's usually like our country's like economics and political situation. And so during like the span of this past year, my country, Malaysia, has like gone very much downhill economically, and so the US dollar is very much more powerful now, and so I've had to pay almost like 20-30% more than what I thought I had to pay, and this money is coming out not because my parents are extremely wealthy, but because they saved it from when I was like a baby, and I don't have a lot of that money left. But please take that in mind when you discuss that. Thank you.
I just want to voice my support for my two offices tonight, Water Resources Office and Robert's Office, and what they're requesting for funds tonight. I do a lot of cool things. In the Water's Office, I'm a mental health advocate. Last quarter, we voted, we got petitions to get about the suicide hotline on road cards, and that was really awesome, and we got a letter from Diana Cranston. And then in Robert's office, I'm the campus safety coordinator, and we coordinated actually with the suicide hotline cards at our meetings. And we did a lot of cool things to create avenues for students who traditionally don't have a say in their own safety.
Anyone else in the second row? All right, move to the third row. Sure, go for it. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm a second-year polytech major at the Today I'm here to discuss why our DC lobbying for the support for our team's advocacy efforts. As members of this democracy, it is our right to petition the government. That is exactly what we are planning to do with DC. Mental health and college affordability issues. For most students attending this trip, it will be our first real experience making a change in politics. It's important that we help provide the opportunities for students who cannot afford the expenses. Funding this trip would give us a chance to meet with our congresspeople, advocate for our students, and gain. Hi, my name is Regina. I'm basically leader for the Gen Rep office, and basically I'm a first generation Bosnian American
from a country where the government doesn't really listen to its citizens. So I feel really blessed to be in a country where we have freedom of speech and the ability to go and lobby. And with this my first potential lobbying trip, I want to be able to stand up for myself, my friends, my neighbors, and those whose voices are not heard.
Hi everyone, I'm Isabel Arriola. I'm a second-year poli-sci student, and I come from, I don't know if any of you know where the Central Valley is at, Bakersfield area. Yeah. So it's very, like, you probably know, like, it's low income, rural, agricultural, where access to college is very limited. So, like, getting here has been a privilege, as I know for many of us it has been. So I'm also part of, as well as General 3 office, so as I said, we want to go lobby in DC, and this money will help like all of us. It's our first time for most of us, and like one of the things I'm passionate about is access to higher education, and that's what I plan on lobbying for giving the opportunity to go, because we have the privilege to be here, but many of the friends I went to high school with didn't because of affordability, and I think it's a very important issue that we should like all be advocating for. I'm pretty sure we all do, and like having this space here, we probably don't have it in other like communities, and like I believe like if we are able to go with us, be an extension of what we all do here, and especially like how it's important to us, like it's important for everyone to have that experience, especially like being first generation, knowing like this trip would not be possible like out of my own pocket. So like hopefully you're able to fund it. It'll be fun. Thank you.
Working on these weeds. I'd like to because mental health is what started my desire to act. So in middle school, I was like bullied in that mindset I developed from being born to high school when like being in a very negative way. And it wasn't until towards the end of high school that I got adult space. I'm still overwhelmed by being reminded once in a while of how I had suicide. And I just can't imagine not being here today because realizing now that like I have so much I want to do as much as everyone else does. And I want to lobby with ECB so I can talk to administrators about how it is to instill programs dealing with mental health and like supporting students who are afraid to speak up. Because most of the time, people are like just afraid to speak up and just take the initiative to like address their problem. And I think that lobbying in DC for mental health can definitely address like this the complete concern.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Gruma. I'm in the IDP office as a platform 3 director. I just wanted to plug our RAISE scholarship. So what it is recognizing upstanders within our different communities and rewarding them with a scholarship. In partnership with the Dean of Students, we've been granted $5,000 to a lot over the last 4 years. So as you all know, someone most likely who has helped another student, and often they go unrecognized. So this scholarship is specifically for those students. So they'll be receiving $75 on their room card. And all you have to do is write a paragraph about how great they are. It's due February 1st, so please apply. Please apply and encourage others to write applications for them too. Thank you so much.
And our last round.
Hi everyone, my name is Nico. I'm the chapter chair for CalFIRD here at UCLA. So for those of y'all who aren't familiar with us, CalFIRD, we are a statewide student-run and student-funded organization that has been working on campuses since the 1970s. This quarter, we're running campaigns for clean transportation, to save the bees and protect our food supply, for affordable textbooks, and also to get UCLA committed to a zero hunger policy. So I wanted to give you all an update about our recruitment drive, which we're running right now, where we tell people about all of the opportunities we have for volunteering and internships, and about the campaign work and campaign victories we've got. So over the past week and a half, we've made 75 class announcements and spoken to educated over 8,000 students at UCLA about our campaigns and about our victories. We have hired over 30 interns already, and we've had 75 students, unique students volunteer on our various campaigns and at our events. And then finally, over the past week and a half, we've collected interest cards from 1,200 students on campus who previously have not been involved in Calvert. So we are very excited to be hitting our goals and continue to spread the message of everything that we're doing, getting students involved in social change. The last thing I want to leave you with is our recruitment drive builds up to our big kickoff meeting. So Wednesday of next week, that's the 23rd, I believe, at 6 p.m., we are having our huge kickoff meeting. It's going to be at Young CS 74. We have an event on Facebook. Like it, check it out, but most importantly, come to the meeting. Last quarter, we had Senator Kevin Daly come and speak about the importance of student organizing. It's going to be a lot of fun, so thank you all.
Final call for public comment. I will close public comment at 7:36 p.m. All right, seeing as we don't have a special presentation, we're going to move directly into the surplus allocation portion of tonight's meeting, which should be the predominant portion. To begin with, thank you, Gina, for bringing this up, and we should have some sort of substantive discussion about how we should proceed moving forward. As I said last week, I think following tonight's allocation, the appropriate course of action will be to hold sort of a town hall or open forum where student groups, individual students can come share their thoughts and opinions on how surplus funding can be spent. Again, it's not necessarily going towards programming or things that would already be eligible for PUC, VOD, ASRF, etc. But entities, programs, etc. that are being missed by traditional funding sources, and then from there we can figure out how much that we want to be endowment. So I was thinking perhaps, I'm assuming we probably don't want to do said town hall right before meeting next week because it's probably going to be a long one. But that's one option. But another option is maybe Wednesday evening if we can secure a space. I don't know if that works for you all. We can figure it out with the group meeting. Wednesday's completely. Yeah. Too short notice. Okay. Sure. How do we feel about doing it before that, right before a council meeting, like at 6 p.m. or 5:30 p.m. Eventually. Wednesday before. Okay, also something out of the group, we can figure it out, but I just want to put a couple options out there. It sounds like next week is a little too early, so we'll focus on before either Tuesday or Wednesday. So look out for more information about that. Are there any, I guess, additional thoughts on how to proceed moving forward? I think following the town hall, we can either create or initiate some sort of formal proposal application mechanism with hearings, or we can have it be more council initiated. It's up to you all. I think the more fair and democratic way will be through applications and hearings, but again, we're going to have to be very clear about what our criteria are and why surplus would be used as a funding source rather than other sources. So, any thoughts on that?
I think that the application process is over.
I didn't quite catch all of that, but you might repeat it. Sorry, we're a little far away.
another thing that I kind of brought up last week and I want to reiterate is, will council provide any sort of support, institutional support, administrative support to these initiatives? I brought up last week, perhaps taking inspiration from other initiative-oriented funding sources on campus like BEST, the Brewing Educational and Student Transformation Grant, that seeks to fund social justice-oriented initiatives or campaigns. And one of the things that BEST does that's really cool is that they, through graduate student mentors or coaches, I forgot what the term is, they help students hone in on their project or their initiative and support them through the process. So, because like if we are looking to make this more intentional for more long-term projects versus just event-oriented, then I feel like we're going to be getting lumpy amounts of thousands of dollars, whatever it is that folks are applying for. Are we able to also provide something like that so that this money isn't just, being, given out without any sort of support from our end as well?
But it's really important. We look forward to maybe hearing the applicant with the commissioner or council member that is most directly relevant to that area or whatever, and I agree. There needs to be some sort of long-term follow through. That's good.
I was gonna say, is there a way, I don't know if anybody could apply for one and do it, but just also to have someone there, because I don't understand how this. So it'd be nice to have someone who's gets roles, just to understand, just because, like, I'm gonna look at a map and go, great. So.
As we move forward with hearing process and coming up with a rubric, we'll have to have more substantive conversations. So I think that we need to have more about exactly how we're going to be evaluating that, how much money we really have to give out. I think a lot of that is going to be to do with how the rest of tonight goes and how much money we have left over. I'm also hearing a little bit about what we want to do about the endowment. So, but I agree with that. We have to have all hands on deck. First, you have something? No,
Yeah. So you were saying about how kind of going off what Jay was saying about kind of assigning people based on the kind of project or long term. I'm very wary of that because we don't know if offices right now or commissions right now have the capacity to actually really involve themselves and actually assist in these people in doing the long term project justice. And I worry about just throwing people to a commission or an office for the sake of saying there's going to be long term follow through, where some people might not be able to do it. And that's not pointing fingers, it's just like the logistical thing.
I was just gonna say that I think when I visualize follow through, and I know I used to go through people a lot, but they were literally started by a surplus fund, like the project did not exist without a surplus fund last year. I think what that looks like is more like checking in and communicating that their goals are being met, because a lot of applications will be there for student or to one long-term projects, not like a project that appears out of thin air that necessarily needs Usac to run it, but rather just to make sure that it's operating and that they don't need anything further from council. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just trying to say that I think the burden,
What you're saying is my worry.
but I think the burden for follow through is a lot less than you might at least for council as a whole than you might be describing it. I don't think we have to support them as much as
But that's also what that sounds like. I'm just saying do something.
It doesn't have to be council. It's that's the other thing as well. That was my question. I don't know if on the administrative side, someone from student affairs or students or someone within those levels could perhaps serve as something like that.
I have a question. So we're suggesting that if we were to allocate funds to surplus, maybe a cloud and administer
It's less about the funds. It's not about the money. It's about ensuring that we're providing these students who want to achieve long-term goals, providing them with the success to plan something through. For example, just because I've applied to BEST before, and they're really big on kind of helping you develop your program. What is your long-term vision? What do you want to achieve within this quarter, the next quarter? How can we support you in program building? Do you know how to build a program? Do you? Because at the end of the day, this money could go to organizations, but it could also just go to a team of students. that like have never done something like this, but that want to achieve a long-term project, but they may not have experience programming, they may not have experience with social media. And so these are the kinds of skills that like, this grant that already exists, which is separate, but from which I'm kind of taking inspiration that we provide. They help them and check them in so that they're able to program, they're able to build a long-term vision.
But I feel like most students have like solar,
And
like,
yeah, an individual couldn't get money from surplus, they would have to be affiliated with an organization that money can go to. So even the organizations that have a brand new project, they still have an organization that has to back them up, like, or else they won't get money.
Oh, no, it was, what we were saying, but I'm still there.
What Robert was just saying, since it has to be an actual organization, if there's a student program, it already has a scientist role, and that is someone who would be glad to sit with them. It might be an organization that's registered that hasn't programmed before, their advisor can help them go through the process of what do you need to know in order to develop the program, together a budget, and have them with that proposal that they would ultimately make. If you're looking at something that would be funding not to a student group, but to an institutional entity, like some of what you did last year, giving money for the BRC's undocumented student program, then that department would ideally have staff that have the skills to support students in coming up with proposals and making sure that an individual student would be actually be part of an existing course year.
So I guess my question would then be like, they would get that guidance only if they ask for it to visualize it, essentially? I guess what I'm saying, could we possibly have maybe even a series of workshops like the ones that we did with Soul, SGA, and over the course of 3 weeks or something for recipients of surplus fund where, the Soul advisors get together and they eat over, all the recipients, eat over lunch, they talk about themselves, what you're doing, what they're doing, and y'all remember I feel like maybe something like that could be beneficial. That way we don't just leave it up to the students requesting this info from the Soul advisor, and more so the advisor taking an active role to, if you need it, we're already providing you with these 3 series workshops.
well, they already do that every time students are
Yeah.
I feel like if we just really want to comfort in that we're planning, we have the soul advisors that let us do it. It's like in the but yeah, so if anything, we really wanted to monitor that, sure that they would be willing to go with programs, we have to just have a little support.
In order to get up to the public that are here to speak on, specific surplus allocation items and vote on them, so there are any more general comments, or is that we're all moving forward and then we need to return to this discussion later when we can?
I feel like the most important thing is how in terms of how we as a council continue to implement research. So I know that a lot of us, or a lot of offices are applying to the checklist. It's already represented in the decision here. So it's roughly for ourselves to go kind of subset $100 per college. Or Usac and then advisors like general school how equity allocated. Or this way.
That's an important question. It's also, I think, necessary to look at what surplus was created to be able to do, which is really just a pot of money for council-sponsored initiatives, rather than again an additional funding body, and also the economic mechanism. And so, I think the way that we're treating it this year is kind of focusing on the intention of the body, which was council-sponsored initiatives, and then from there seeing what we can make available. If I think about what we're doing in our mandate, the student body as well. I think I encourage you for all of you tonight when we're making decisions on these action items, understanding that that will be taken away from the pool. However, also understanding that student groups do have the ability to apply to other funding bodies as well. That surplus isn't necessarily a funding body in the same sense of the word. Or
This might be a question for either Ryan or Roy. I was just wondering, before we talk about everyone's proposals, if I can get like a ballpark number of how much in the surplus we can allocate for proposals and how much we need to go in the endowment.
So there's-
anything to do with that.
There's $275,000 right now left.
And there's no ballpark percentage on how much we need to send to the endowment.
The endowment is something that we have to do.
I'm sorry.
Like whatever we put into the endowment, or whatever's in the grant, total of what's in the endowment, student councils will only be able to take out 4% of that. So it's like, it all takes in excess of like relations to say that.
But the interest is compound. Okay, so like basically the more we put in, the more we put in over the years, the more we get.
Right, so this time, Claire's right, you're not required to special what you pay in. But you direct the payout. So currently, the payout is available to you is $17,328 for student program. So that's the current state, so you get the payout.
But when we put in every year, we're gonna pay out the next year.
There's a balance that is earning, it's invested, and it is earning money all the time. So each year, the foundation will identify a rate of payout for all the endowed funds on campus.
It's
That's-
that much we put in, it's times by something.
Yes, the balance. Your current balance is $576,000. So the more that's in there, the more it earns. Sorry. Well, that depends on the investment outcomes. It's on average, probably something like 4.5%, but again, it depends on the investment.
Thank you.
It's also something to keep in mind as well, so we have $275,000, we also have an additional $17,000 that we can allocate if we want to. Even if we don't necessarily committed to putting the endowment, I think I still think that we should, as I've been clear in the past weeks. The endowment is really successful as each successive council buy into it, and I think it's a very important one, a very valuable one. So again, I'm not saying you should put all $275,000 into it, but I'm saying that there is something valuable in saving or earmarking a significant portion of that in. I think we just have to determine what we want that to be, once we kind of see the landscape of what we saw and what the student body needs.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Claire said, is that like, it was out, whether or not it's good or bad, last year what we did with student work was abnormal and had never been done before, and it surplus that usually, council sponsored initiatives and initiatives. What happened last year was we allowed applications for student organizations to apply to. And I think that's why, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, that's why I think we're advocating for council initiatives to go first, and for us to really focus on those and prioritize those, and then move on. And I also want to like add that council initiatives or council sponsored initiatives don't just mean an office's project. It's also oftentimes in conjunction with student boards who have traditionally relied on Usac and other means that weren't just the surplus fund.
I don't even know if the language of prioritizing council initiatives is necessarily correct. I think at least a lot of mine from trying to find the surplus is if I receive the money that I would plan to for surplus tonight, then maybe I don't necessarily need to exhaust other funding that may be available to students, right? So if I receive this amount of money that I'm applying to, maybe I'm not necessarily going to submit an application for contingency for, I don't know, for other things like that. And so that funding is available for students. $70,000 is available for students. Again, I think we would be making a mistake, and I think the student body just would just use this money for our initiatives. But I think it's a balance between we have the discretion ultimately in our offices, especially those of us that have very, very, very limited budgets and don't want to take resources away from other student groups. If there's this money, we may as well use those mechanisms of taking care of other things. Jay?
Where do you want to go first?
I just want to expand a little bit on what Robert was saying. Last year's circumstance was very unusual, and part of that was because that last year's council was the recipient of monies that were from prior years that those councils were not able to act on. So in a lot of ways, given that unusual circumstance, making a certain significant portion of that available to the student community was a way to sort of deal with that unusual circumstance. That is not normally what occurs, and it's certainly not what has occurred this year.
Jay, Rebecca, you should start with inventory.
I also did want to mention that this surplus money, like I don't feel uncomfortable for lack of prioritizing council initiated initiatives right now, because one, I think that everyone here was elected by the students to act in their best capacities to serve, like our mandate to serve all students, right? And then second, I can speak from being one of the offices that is, like amongst others, very underfunded. We're not funded through any other means, right? It's very hard to operate an office with like a budget of like $1,000+. Like I've had to scrape for pennies and find other funding sources, just to even operate at a baseline level. And so just to speak, there was something like I needed $140 something from me, and like it was hard to like navigate the rules and stuff to see if I was even able to use the limited money that I had to fund an event that's taking place this week. So I think that I would really appreciate it again, like prioritizing our initiatives and stuff. And that doesn't mean to say that we're going to ignore students, because I do think that we should allocate some money to them as well. But if I'm expected to represent all students, like I do think that it's only fair if like there is some funding available, because running an office for 3 quarters for $1,000 is rather difficult.
Bethany?
So about contingency, is it possible to just, if lack of a, so I should send money to contingency, instead of having this application process? Because that's basically what contingency is, and we're having the issue of deciding, a long time, how are we gonna check in? What is the issue by running funds to finding money so that they can just allow, like, pay more towards things that, I know some people want to find all money, but it's wait, but.
Sure.
So what happens that on the surface here last year, they announced some of the hearings, like, one, I'm not against like candidates, like, Usac offices, like, giving like a regular in terms of your initiatives, like, some of these communications that are not sound good, most of that is right. But my thing is just like, I feel like if we're gonna be part of these organizations, and we talk about how hard it is to get funding and how easy it is for us, since we're representative council members to just also organization that we have like that amount as well. So some, a lot of programs, even though we like, even though the nation is not about us to an anomaly, it was very useful. There's organizations that like fish, like a lot of graduation. I'm saying that I like just like when I talk about like how much you're able to use that also actually I say that all the commissions have a big moment. I think it's just like that I was going to point like how much I consume. Even though it doesn't happen in the accidents before last year, we also have a bigger
I think there is like a unique reason why some money should be set aside separately for contingency, because like the main restriction on contingency is like $1,000. It is a limit. Whereas like surplus can be, I think it's like described as like multi-$1,000 programs that might be like structural changes or large projects that couldn't rely on contingency to do so. In response, I just want to clarify that the things last year were very beneficial. All of the things that we spent out of surplus money on, whether it was with USP or the applications, were very useful. I just think I agree with Jay's point that our offices would put on a lot of really useful programs too, if we have the funds to do so, and I think that's like pretty evident in the projects that we're applying for, or the initiatives that we're applying for, so I would just ask that, like, we do consider those, I think they're, important too, and I think they benefit the student body too.
I should have that.
I think that we should also take into consideration the fact that some things aren't either a service or a program, so there's literally no other funding source or even any resource on this campus that initiatives that like this like probably serves the only way, because even departments that like for example those that administrative obligations aren't funded to begin with. So like sometimes like this is probably the money because there's not like some strict guidelines going in like how you and they are supposed to be council initiatives to begin with. I think that is given into consideration when we talk about like, and again like what you said that as me like as someone from communities that have elected us to be in this position, I think that there were things that we really passionately talked about, which like we find ourselves in this state like not being able to achieve because we have this like $1,000 plus budget. And just which is why I think my office black this one. Bethany?
So I'm not, saying money lost, this is someone with the biggest budget that's like gonna be a great. That go along? I'm just saying like, okay, it's not contingency, but there's no like consistent longevity of us giving out service allocations if it's something basis. There needs to be some kind of formalized process with full lenient like regulations that allows people to apply to it, pointing out to the fact that everyone's a service school, not everyone's a business, not everyone's that's fair. There's a way to construct a funding body with surplus money, maybe you write it somewhere that every year this percentage of surplus goes to this funding body, people can apply to it, which is basically just what we're saying, but for us, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. That's definitely awesome. Again, we just talked to the number that this is something that's unprecedented. In terms of how we're getting surplus this year, and so our bylaws do say that it is just specifically a council initiative, so we're required to have a change, and that's all. Its largest ask is $20,000, and most of them are $10,000. I'm not mistaken. Oh, wait. Okay. So, do we feel like it might be more useful to hear all the proposals first and then to vote on them?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So instead of going case by case, okay, so here's all we're going to we'll allocate however much time, we'll have to get those weeks succinctly and punchline, and we'll get any of our presentations with Karen. We'll hear a proposal, move into any Q&A. I'm probably going to cut it to hopefully half hour or less per proposal, hopefully less, so that we can for all of them. And then from there, we'll vote on each. Also keep in mind that when we take a vote on each, someone that's motioning can motion for the full amount that's being requested. If that motion fails, someone can again motion for a smaller amount. Or if council members were speaking, say, you know what, I'm really only comfortable allocating $1,000 instead of $2,000, you can make a motion on that. George?
We need 10 minutes max.
Yes. Okay.
And just council members shouldn't vote for their own.
Yes.
Great.
Would it also make sense to maybe vote next week unless the money's like tonight? Because I'm not saying, I'm saying present, but take some time to think about it, because just looking at the numbers, people are asking for like over $100,000, like to make this kind of decision in a matter of minutes is not necessarily responsible.
So there's still some
So we don't even know yet the entire ask is just from council. So I think we need to get a better understanding of like the big picture. It might be more prudent to hold off till we see that.
I do just want to ask about the office reallocation, because I know it's really just based on time. So I don't know if it's possible we could get that one.
Sure, and I think there's a couple that are time sensitive. I know QA is time sensitive, and I know one of yours is time sensitive. Okay, I think it's challenging because our intention behind this proposal this week and asking you all to send them out in accordance with the agenda guidelines was that we would have the weekend to review the proposals and then vote tonight. So I don't know if it's necessarily the best course of action to penalize council members that did send them in on time, that did send them in for a lot of notice. But again, we can decide once we hear all the proposals if we want to table one of them to next week. That's also an option. We can vote. I'll leave Jay.
Wasn't it stated last week that they needed, because I remember someone saying like, yeah, just have your presentation ready to go at council. I didn't think that it was supposed to be within the agenda regulation.
Yes.
I do also just want to add that, like, if we push it off to next week, like, next week's meeting is also going to be, it's going to be like a happy one. There's a lot of stuff going on, and then, like, we're either gonna push that one week, that meeting fully, or else sitting at, to the next week, and,
So what I'm saying is there doesn't need to be a discussion next week about relocations, but take time throughout the next couple of days, everyone to review, let me know if you're taking to look at all the numbers, and then just come here next week and just have a vote.
It's almost similar to how we do this, like that, I feel like everyone was, there's way to come at time, like, people will be saying their opinion, those who say their outreach is wrong, but their opinion is wrong, right there, they or whatever, and we have that. And if there were requisitions that should be signed, like, if we possibly do, so that.
But by chance, is there a way that, let's say we could vote on the office reallocation and everyone says no to it, I can reformulate it, just as, I know Jessica, I talked to Jessica Moore, and we got a rough estimate of it, so I just, this is, yeah, it's just for the article, it's just the sooner we can get it approved, the sooner we can start.
And if there are time sensitive items tonight, like I think finding is one such item, we can take one tonight, but I'm not opposed to the idea of reserving the rest of them until next week, formulating some sort of quick document, as long as we ourselves as council members can hold ourselves accountable to looking over everything and coming in with a very good idea. And also, if you're gonna add a proposal, sending it in with probably more notice than was done this week. Because unfortunately, what's happening now is that we have to convert, 10 items from discussion items to action items. And if that happens in next week, we'll spend another hour and a half, it's already at an hour, just on figuring out procedural steps. So again, I think if we want to move forward with allocation, we really want to give ourselves a chance to reading that. Robert,
I would just I don't know if tonight would really impact my application, so if you have a number or anything, whatever, but I would prefer at least, I would prefer all of them were done tonight, but specifically to do close to people to, and then also 5 week, just because I'm not down to mobilize half my office and mobilize the board of close to people every single week into the side vote, they all came out here tonight, and specifically in regards to close to people, is they're not even part of the Usac office, they just have come out here the past 2 weeks, so we could go on theirs too, because theirs is just giving us money that is literally already theirs from last year, we just didn't spend it. So I would prefer if we have the ability to give a presentation, and you only have the ability to decide to vote on mine. And good faith, not to be petty, not to be I'm gonna vote no because Robert wasn't voted on tonight. But specifically, especially with close to people and 5 people, if you all could vote on those tonight, that would mean a lot.
sorry, Jay.
I also just want to say, if we're going to next week, that means that the proposals that still have to come are going to be sent in over the weekend or over the next couple days. We won't have time to hear from, essentially we'll also then be hearing from those proposals the day of and voting for them the day of, there won't be,
I showed them George and Justin
contingencies like proposal and maybe propose changes in the longer line. So if we like, let's say, no we're on stuff right now, push it to next week, then we make those changes, and again, like Jay and Robert pointed out, I think we'll have a lot of election for stuff next week. So if we go into the idea that we're not gonna vote at all, I really think that we just would push it forward. Like, I think we can do a case by case, if we, like, once after presentation, we feel like we're not ready to do it, we can push it, but like, we should go into the idea that, like, you know, it's a possibility that we can do it part of
George, we're gonna go over next. So George, Jessica, Judah.
I just want to get like a show of hands of how many people haven't like, written the vote for next week. So how many people want to still write one for next week, or are thinking that? Okay. 4, okay.
It was I was gonna say, I don't know how, I guess, the rules work, but is there a way that, do we have to vote on it next Tuesday? Is there? Yeah.
The reason, for instance, the reason why, so when you run funds, like you have to look at your entire pot, you have to look at everyone that's asking for this session. That would make sure you're funding. So my whole thing is like, you have $275,000, depending on how much you're going to all right, and we already, after all of these teachers, there's $130,000 plus another 4. And I'm sure you're, if you have anything, it's asking for tonight, everything is like 5% of what you're asking for, like these are important numbers that we should run on. When I initially talked to them, it wasn't because but we have to be mindful of this week. What are we portioning out? Are we, for instance, like we have to have some kind of idea of, okay, are we only going to give us the Usac initiative and then deal their
No, I totally agree. That's why I was wondering, like, is there a middle ground of a solution? Between having the time.
Yeah, so I don't want to like prolong the discussion when it's already gone, but I think we haven't even talked about the criteria, how we're going to be scoring this. Are we just going to say, they asked for 20, 18 is a good number, 17 is a good number? They're going to be some type of numbering for so many years to say, okay, well, like we give it a 6 or 7, and that's going to be translated into a percentage. Beyond that, I just think we need to know the total ask before we decide on allocating these case by case. It just, that makes no sense to me.
I want to say 2 things, like, once again, for time-sensitive things, or things that are a part of the surplus pool that were relocated last year, I think those are 2 conditions that, like, definitely should be on tonight, just because, like, I'm not down to, like, not have Pride Week not happen in case, like, it gets delayed to the point where we can get access to our money. I'm also not down for, like, money that's in the surplus right now, and the only reason it's there is because it wasn't spent last year, so it doesn't go back to the student loans that basically have owed that money. So, like, those are 2 things that I definitely want to see voted on tonight. But then, like, this might be a controversial opinion, but like, even if we located everything tonight, I forgot what the exact math was, I think that it's like $130,000. We still have over $100,000 in surplus, which is, for context sake, after we located to USP last year. I'm pretty sure our budget was around $100,000 for that, like, that pool that was given out to students. Yeah, the separate pool that was established. So the point I'm getting at is that we still have a lot of money left over, which I would be extremely surprised if the allocations next week were treated differently than the allocations treated this week, because we would still have such a large amount of money, even if we approve everything 100% tonight. It would just be very surprising if we had more than $130,000 next week, and requests from the 4 offices. So like, I don't really see it as like a difference in treatment by doing the ones that applied on time tonight and doing the ones that didn't last week and playing it as a case-by-case basis just because there is such a lot of pool money.
So here's a compromise that I think we can work out. Let's see what everybody thinks about this. I think that's super time sensitive, and again, I'm asking council members to use their discretion on what that time sensitive things are. Like the office reallocation, for example, we can make the decision when that comes up if we're gonna vote tonight. Everything that's not time sensitive, for example, I wanted to table my proposal for next week, that's fine. Let's use our discretion again to put together kind of a final document. We're gonna ask that folks that are going to submit a surplus proposal for next week do so in accordance with the agenda guidelines. So that way over the weekend, we can develop a very clear document of what the total ask is, and go from there. There's also a possibility that we can vote next week and there'll still be money left over that folks can apply to throughout the quarter. We can even earmark if somebody knows that they're going to have a rough ask, they want us to earmark a certain amount of money. The council can decide about that as well. I don't know if I feel it's entirely necessary to come up with a rubric or a scoring system or percentage system, because I hope that those of us council members, when we put together our proposals, were very intentional about applying for exactly what we needed and understanding what that was taking away from. And I worry that if we turn surplus into another funding body, that we're misinterpreting or misunderstanding the purpose and also doing ourselves a disservice as well. So I think what seems appropriate tonight, let's get the proposals. If it's time sensitive, it's indicated at the conclusion of your proposal, and we can decide whether or not to take a vote on it. If it's not time sensitive, let's respect the rest of the council members and decide that we're going to take a vote on it next week. Council, please come prepared to vote next week. If there are questions, great. People that have new proposals, you can present, but other than that, come prepared to vote on the current proposals or suggest a smaller or limited amount of those current proposals next week. That makes sense. I know this isn't as organized as a funding body would be, but I don't know if that's necessarily the right course of action.
Just one last thing. I'm not going to be here next week, and then my office might be doing something the next week. So I'm probably going to ask, like, if I can get my vote on tonight, at least, like, crucial three. Preferably all of them, just because my office came out with my current presentation.
If your ask is time sensitive, like very time sensitive, if you do that, and then you decide whoever wins tonight, if not, we'll see whoever wins tonight. But again, I asked council members to discussion, if it's time sensitive, don't be afraid to speak up and say, this is time sensitive. Okay. I know this isn't the perfect compromise, because again, I'm making sure this is unprecedented territory. I'm not a funding body chair, but I'm together hoping that we can trust each other, and vote according to initiatives that we believe in or don't believe in. And also not be afraid to ask each other difficult questions about, okay, can you do this with a little bit less money? If that doesn't work, then you can try to come up with a more formal system. But I worry that will be a month-long process, that we won't do this. Okay? So I'm first line, I've been talking a lot, but hello. All right, so I'm requesting surplus, I'm requesting $10,000 in surplus allocation for the UC Women's Caucus Leadership Conference 2019. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the background behind the conference, what we need the money for, and I'm happy to answer any questions. One of my co-directors is actually here for that, so she can field any questions as well. So the UC Women's Caucus was a body that was established in 2016 by that Usac president, Heather Rosen, and some of her peers across the UC. And really what it recognized was that there was a lack of an institutional system-wide body specifically focused on the disparities faced by female unidentified college students, both on campus and in the workplace and their career beyond. And the Women's Caucus was really established as a vehicle to kind of air some of those concerns, as well as to provide system-wide collaborative organizing for women across the UC. And again, when I use the word women, I mean it in the most inclusive sense of the term. So all those identify status, gender fluid, LGBTQ+, etc. So the first Women's Caucus leadership conference was held here at UCLA in 2016. It was held in the reception room, but unfortunately, it was a rather small event, really comprised of folks that were already in student government at some of the constituent campuses. I don't think it entirely met its full potential. The second year, it was called UC Irvine. It was very similar. I think it was very inspiring. I was the first two conferences. It was an inspiring event. It's wonderful to come together with leaders from across the UC, but I'm hoping this year that we can re-envision and push the vision of the UC Women's Caucus to be more inclusive of the UCLA level and beyond. To just a larger coalition of semi-identifying students have space to organize and to hear from folks who are comfortable with that. So the conference is going to be March 3rd, 2019. That's on a Sunday. It is going to be run from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Predominantly held in African ballroom, but some of the panels and breakout sessions will be held at other venues around campus, including this room, some other classrooms as well. Briefly, the outcome of the conference is keynote addresses by notable semi-identifying politicians and professionals beginning at the end of the day. Two panels of about 3 to 4 women working in relevant fields inspired by UCLA faculty and or student leaders. One on the topic of feminism and the student movement supporting accepting survivors, and one on inclusion and intersectionality. Next will be breakout sessions split up by career field. So for example, women in law, women in politics, women in STEM, women in all sorts of different things, economics, engineering, all these sorts of things. Lastly, we'll have a networking lunch, which is, again, one of the largest portions of the budget asking is expensive. We'll also have tables from either student organizations, student-led businesses, as well as corporate sponsors and recruiters to engage with students at UCLA and across the UC. So the reason why we're trying to surplus, as I think I alluded to throughout this evening, is our budget is very limited. It's only about $900, and that goes towards all internal expenses, other programs throughout the year, which, as you know, every Usac office wants to put on a number of programs. And also a piece that I think is worth mentioning is presidential travel costs. I am expected to fly out to the UC Office of the President once a quarter. I am expected to attend the annual UC Council President's Organizing Retreat. I'm also the chair of the UC Council of Student Body Presidents, so I'm an ex officio member of UCSA. I'm expected to attend as many of those meetings as possible. So to this point, I funded all gas out of my own pocket, and I funded some Uber parking situations out of my own pocket as well. You probably reimburse some of it, but unfortunately, I have had to take some air travel and hotels out of my office budget, which is unfortunate. I've also been asking my staff to cover a lot of internal costs out of their pocket as well, so just something to keep in mind. In addition to the conference specifically, we're not able to charge for student tickets, nor honestly would we want to, because we think that would diminish the accessibility of the event. To put it in context, in the past weekend, we went to USC Own It, which is their version of women's leadership. It's a really wonderful event and really great opportunity to attend. However, it cost us $40 as non-USC students, and it cost USC students $30 to attend, which is a pretty significant cost. We think that would deter a lot of students. Would also diminish our mission of accessibility, so we won't be charging for tickets, or can we, because it's not funding. We also are receiving significant support from some of the other system-wide actors, which is, as we can attest to, when you sign up to host a system-wide conference, unfortunately, you will lose cost. And we're also trying to incorporate grad students from a whole lot of financial support, really headed off from GSA. And lastly, there's other funding bodies that we apply to. We applied to UNC, we applied for about $1,000 for the Ackerman and Kirkhoff facilities costs, and we received a little bit less than $200. We also are, if you don't receive the surplus allocation, we apply to other funding bodies, like I said, contingency, EI, ASRF, and we would rather, again, not to exhaust these venues and leave them available for other student groups. So, in terms of where the $10,000 is going to go, I'm going to kind of put out a rough breakdown of what we think the cost of the conference is going to be. We're confident that we're going to be able to cover some of it through corporate sponsorship, as well as some of it, though a limited amount, through the office budget. Like I said, we've already spent some of the office budget on the website. We'll probably end up spending more of it on flyers, swag, t-shirts for event staff, etc. But lunch is really going to be the most significant expense. Facilities are also significant, especially because it's a weekend and the cost of keeping classrooms open on weekends, sort of cost for that. PR materials, conference flags. We really want to see as professional as possible with programs, dinners, things like that, decorations, again, if we can cut out, we'll cut down, but I think it adds to professionalism, that our attendees will expect. And then marketing gifts for speakers, so right now, we're operating off of a model that we're not offering on the area, and hoping that speakers will be attracted by UCLA and UC without monetary contribution, however, we would like to cover parking for our speakers and also give it a small gift, like a mug, something small like that. Again, we think that because we're not asking for anything in our area, this should be reasonable. And again, like I said, we are hoping to receive some food donations, but we're not expecting to receive a full meal for 500 plus students, so we'll probably go through, I guess, usually catering. Great, and thank you for hearing me out. Again, we talk about this conference a lot throughout the year. I really think that this could be an unprecedented, really wonderful opportunity for FEMI and the 5 years, both on our campus and beyond, to come together in a way that hasn't necessarily been done in UCLA before. And I also want to recommit to making this event as inclusive, as intersectional, as relevant as possible. I recognize my own limitations as a feminist and hope that you will trust in my team and the other folks that I'm working with, and hopefully in all of you to be on board and to be supporters of this initiative. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the conference. And thank you again for listening. Any questions? Jessica,
the total, I just see it was 10 grand.
Yes, so we're asking for $10,000. We are expecting this conference cost will actually be above that, probably closer to 15,000, maybe more. But like I said, we're confident that hopefully we can receive some of that back from corporate sponsors, just definitely not the whole allocation. We also chose only to provide 1 meal instead of 2. USC provides 2, a lot of other conferences do as well, but we're really trying to limit the expenditure, but we can't really hold it at all day conference and not provide any food, and that's really low significant expense. Yes, just BOD at this time. Again, I'm hoping that if we receive this allocation, we won't necessarily have to exhaust the other allocations, but if we don't receive this allocation or if we don't receive the whole amount, we'll likely be applying to contingency, EDI, so program card, and maybe ASRF as well. Stephanie?
So on average, this is 500 people attend.
No, so actually the first few conferences were really widely marketed, and the onus was on student body presidents in each school to arrange a delegation. So what happened actually my sophomore year was that UCLA didn't arrange a delegation at all because the president was tapped his mail. And so my friend and I literally hitched a ride with one of our friends to UC Irvine. That was the only reason UCLA students were able to go. And so the conference has unfortunately not been very accessible in the past. It's been a lot smaller, but we're hoping this year, looking at USC's numbers, looking at numbers from somewhat similar conferences, we're aiming for about 500. But the first 2, I would say, were 100 or less. But that hasn't been for a few years now. And again, this is kind of a reimagining of what a women's leadership conference would look like at UCLA. And when I received this system-wide chair position and realized that nobody else across the UC was really interested in holding it at their school that they wanted to see it come back up, I felt the need to be imperative and also the opportunity to hold it at UCLA. But 500 is just kind of a rough estimate that we're working on, and we'll see in terms of how ticket sales go and adjust accordingly. Or I guess they're not tickets, they're free, but registration for free, that's right, goes and adjust accordingly.
How are students invited? Is it like they walk in, or is there an application process?
So there's gonna be registration, like for events, right? We're gonna be Facebook event, we'll be going live next week, hopefully. And then we're gonna open conference registration on February 3rd, which is 1 month before the conference. It'll just be a first come, first served basis. We'll also have a standby line for students that are, that don't receive, if for some reason it tells out the event, right? That didn't receive a ticket, but if they did, I'm sure there's something that will show for whatever reason. Or I'm also working with other UCs to reserve a certain amount for other UC students as well. I'd ask for return that they cover costs, arrange their delegation, and also hopefully provide some sort of monetary support for us. But again, because some of the schools already have to cover the cost of busing, et cetera, the delegations around, they're not necessarily super willing to contribute for food, something like that. But no, it won't be an application process, it'll be first come, first served.
This is like a not a real question, so if I kind of like to me personally, it sounds like a lot of people, especially if she's starting off and that's not what she down the grade, which is like as opposed to regular. Is it like is it something you consider to reduce the number, maybe be able to feed them 2 meals with the same amount of money? I'm not saying change the amount, but is that something you consider having less people being able to feed them in a situation? I don't know how you feel about that.
I think something to consider, but we intentionally decided to hold the conference from 10 to 4 p.m. in accordance with that time really only allows for one meal, and then we're also going to be trying to get into these staff donations from corporate sponsors like Kind Bars, things like that, etc. But it really was also a decision about how long we want to keep building up, and because as you know, like every hour that we're in African American Ballroom is another hundreds of dollars. So it was kind of a decision, A, about food, but also about how much content we want to do, how much student Sundays we want to take on, what we're going to ask for our speakers to be available. Also, we did want to minimize the issue of like Sunday morning church as well.
Did you already begin the contracting process with the keynote speakers?
Yes. It takes a lot of hours to do that.
So I'm wondering about honoraria and writers and stuff to keep processing.
Yeah, it's unfortunately very challenging because a lot of the speakers that we reach out to will say like, oh yeah, we'd love to do it for $10,000, and that's just not the kind of infrastructure that we have. And so we're hoping that, again, we modeled a lot of it off of how USC upstairs, they were able to secure pretty big gains like lower costs. We're hoping that the UCLA and the UC Prestige will attract speakers, but we're also less concerned with something that has a super flashy name, and more concerned with someone that has an interesting story or background that we think are relevant to share from identified students. So.
Because like, I think like if you already have flyers out, you have, so you're sure that you can get 10 grand even without a survey.
Honestly, no. I think we're going to have to be, if we don't receive this allocation, if we don't receive the amount of money that we got from the cost and corporate sponsors, we're going to have to be realistic about changing the size, changing the vision of the conference. It's challenging again because this isn't an undertaking that has been done by the president's office in the past because of our limited budget, but I didn't necessarily believe that was a reason not to go for it and not to kind of for a full steam ahead. We are in contact with corporate sponsors. We still think that we're going to be able to get $1,000 from them, and so again, if we need to downsize, we can. I just would prefer not to have to. I wouldn't say that it's not for money. I would say it's more an expectation that we would hopefully be able to receive some of this $1,000 and all of it from surplus, if not from other funding sources, and move from there.
What about co-programming us, like with the women and identifying on the board, and then also I'm sure on the back would sponsor a special pay for someone who speaks specifically to like identifying as color. And then I know CEC has experience also getting honorarium, so if we can jump in on that and the other sources of funding, since we have bigger funds in the first place, instead or to make up for if you request less from surplus.
I would love that. I really love looking at efficient data. Looking at this conference, there's someone we haven't had using the one or conference we've had. I know about it and connected at some point about some CEC contacts, but yeah, we're very busy. I would absolutely love to do a couple of that or receive really any support from you all. I don't want to ask that of you all, or you look at my research draft, but if that's the thing you want to do that, I'll find out that in the next week. Very kind of
yeah.
And I think that that would make them a lot more successful to have other missions and networks and offices buy it as well. I don't want to take too much more time. I just might have gone past the 10 minutes.
Just question for you, Roy, can we turn on the air a little bit?
I asked them to look into it, so they're slow.
Okay, any last questions? If not, I would love to move on. Great, so this is the time sensitive, this week, we can wait until next week, that's totally fine. Again, I just want to thank one of my co-executives for being here, thank my wonderful committee of, now not really wonderful women that I've worked for, to be honest, and also the support of other unique companies. Okay, so next, we have the IDP, the Elizabeth People Reclaiming Circle Foundation, which is the $6,000.
So I'll start this and then hand this off to people again. That's fine. Good Close Good People asked for about $8,000 last year in surplus. We spent, I think, less than $2,000 of that. Essentially, we're just asking for the rest of the money that we didn't spend last year that already went back into surplus back so we can spend it. The reason we didn't spend it last year is because y'all know that we were still establishing the center last year. We had a lot of infrastructural work that was still being done before even the organization was fully established. Honestly, at the time, the organization was like me and Jimmy, and now it's like independent of my office. So I really support this initiative, and I think it's like their money, so they should have it back. And I would ask that we vote on this tonight specifically, because this is what I was talking about. But other than that, I'll hand it off to the presidents of Good Close Good People and then the director of the distribution center. Take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie, I'm one of the presidents. Hi, I'm Sam, I'm one of the presidents.
I'm not just also the president.
Hi, I'm Maria, I'm the director. So basically, in the context of reclaiming supplies, we're just asking for the surplus that we didn't spend last year, because now, like Robert said, the center wasn't really up and running when we were first allocated this money. And now that it is up and running, we're incurring a lot of like just operation costs, like our clothing racks fell apart 2 weeks ago, and we didn't have the money to replace them. The professional attire is getting more and more popular, and right now it's on a rental basis, but if we could get it towards like for people to keep it and have it like permanently, that'd be really cool too. We also want to put big belly metal trash cans through kind of like more permanent fixtures and fire marshal roof. So basically all these like upcoming costs that are just kind of happening now that we're up and running and happening, would really, like they need money that we don't have, so that's $6,000 would be really helpful.
And the idea behind this is that they are all one-time costs, so basically, we buy them once, and then it's like, at least for the next few years, we're not gonna get any more money to do something like that, and like theoretically, we could wait and hold on, and maybe use next year's budget or something like that, but the thing is that we are brand new, we are established now, and like, people are looking at us, they're looking for, us to be able to provide everything that we say that we want to, and if we don't have the funds to do that, and, are delaying that by a few years because we don't have the budget, I feel like that's just happening on us. And if there's a way that we can fix this through surplus money, I think that's really cool.
Sorry, real quick, just add there. For supply restocking, but you have a lot of things that you can update, like hygiene supplies, notebooks, pens, etc. Right? So this would be one time of cost too, because we just ordered a huge bulk of them. We ordered a storage unit to put those in. So I feel like, yeah, it's really good to go that we've had. I mean, we've had 450 visitors just since we opened up, like 4 weeks into last quarter. So, I mean, that kind of says a lot about the amount of people that come through and the amount of growth that we are continuing to receive. So, basically.
Cool. Are you open? Okay, and then we'll open up for questions. Yeah.
I'm just gonna let that, but go for it.
What's the long-term goal, like in terms of security? Optimal.
Contingency. It would be contingency based after this. So they would just do like what those 3 boards do, where if they need money, they would just go to contingencies to max 1,000.
This is more for clarification. I'm somewhat confused between the relationship between UCBP and IDP. So is UCBP under IDP, is it separate of IDP? If so, I just need to understand the relationship more so, but it's slightly confused.
Yeah. Okay, so I started it here on campus 2 years ago, established it last year, and then removed myself from the student board and kind of like dissolve myself of responsibility of it. And that's why there's an independent student board. They meet every week without me being there, and they also control the funds without me directing them as to what funds they want. Beyond that, like, I provide a lot of institutional knowledge. It's like I still own the nonprofit outside of UCLA and do like the same work in Chicago in my hometown. Other than that, it kind of serves like a chapter of the nonprofit, if that makes sense.
That is so confusing because technically you still
Yeah, the nonprofit on the nonprofit. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but my question is this relationship between Usac because technically I am of the position that this should have been an IDP thing, if the person who owns it is an IDP, but it's this kind of offset from you that is confusing. I would, no, this is like just to clarify, because what I'm understanding right now is that we're allocating, like, this is not discriminating what you're doing, this is not on you, so we're just trying to figure out, because we're doing USAC initiatives and projects first, and then traditionally affiliated ones as well.
Yeah, so I mean,
So
this was
what is all we find is traditionally affiliated, what is considered traditionally affiliated, like clear that out for me.
yeah. Well, I guess just like firstly speaking, I mean, this was the first platform that I ran on, establishing the center and making sure it was up and running as a long-term goal. So I view its permanence as not involving me, since I'm not a permanent person on this campus, which is like why the student work exists and why I'm not a part of the student work. So like I view this as part of my office's project to give them money to make them sustainable in the long run without me being there.
But then you might have to.
Oh,
No, then, I think Dr. Donald's.
The relationship between the project and USAC, is there in the space. RCOs in and of themselves don't get access to space unless it's provided through the USAC process by USAC. Other RCOs don't have designated space, so that the partnership with IDP is what was able to make that space available to them.
And not just IDP.
Whether it stays as IDP or it's USAC one lobby or a different office, as long as the space is there, there will need to be a relationship with USAC. Although, just as the offices have relationships with RCOs that do their own programming and also are connected to your office, there is the RCO, it's the good people to the close, that can do other programming and other things outside of being in that space and staff. But there will always be a relationship as long as there's space.
Question for clarification, the space was obtained through student or not, that?
The space was obtained through SCUBA on behalf of USAC. When USAC voted to obtain surplus last year to establish good growth to people, it then became a partnership between IDP, OP, and one of the general representative offices to establish the space, and including facilities commission actually, to secure that space. So I would refer to it more as like a coalition of USAC offices that secured that space, and rather just like IDP at the time. Which I understand complicates it more now because it's like mainly done under, actually no, it's still a coalition of like Bella's office, your office, and my office, and even OP, I would say. So I knew similarly to last year as well.
My question is, obviously you're a huge closure people supporter. What would you all do if you didn't get this money?
I think we would have to, like I said, or kind of like just wait to make any further developments basically, so it would just
Jessica.
Oh, I was just because I wasn't here, I think, to like understand how the surplus works. So it was allocated last year.
Yes, so we actually got this money last year, and council approved it. I'm pretty, they approved it unanimously after we went through the application process, which involved a hearing with, I think, like 3 or 4 council members. Yeah, so, what happened was we got $8,000, but by the time we got it, we didn't have any way to spend it, because we didn't even have the space secured yet. We were still working with SCUBA to move out the stuff that was currently in there. So, like, Jimmy and I literally with our own hands had to move like the filing cabinets out of that room. So we couldn't order things like clothing bags, we couldn't order new desks, we couldn't order even clothes or hygiene products that we want to spend the money on. We only got to spend about $1,500 on it. So the biggest point I'm getting at is, and correct me if I'm wrong, this money went back into surplus because it went unspent. So, like, part of this $275,000 is technically our money from last year that we didn't spend, which is like, I view that's like a problem if we don't get it back, just because like it was already given to theirs, and then they just didn't have time to spend it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that this year would be a guarantee that you will spend the money?
I would say that, yes.
Other questions, George?
I just have a sort of a comment or a suggestion. I realize that the way we are talking about GCDP is kind of like an outside student group, but you're directly tied to it since you're a nonprofit. My suggestion is, because a lot of people here are kind of like wondering if it's an outside student group and why is Usac caring about it, blah, 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 whatever. If you make it a sort of committee or project or series or whatever you want to call it, that is directly tied to the IDP office. I don't know if that's your goal, but I think.
Julie and I actually talked about doing that at the beginning of the year, that we wanted to actually appoint people that would be Usac representatives.
So, like, if you change the bylaws to make it so that.
We want to do that.
So you want it?
Yeah, we haven't yet, I just literally haven't had time.
Okay, so that's just my question.
So right now, as we're considering it, they are student group. Question.
I would say it's me, I would say it's a project initiative. Part of my project initiative under my office was to establish a student org that exists at currently and to ensure longevity. Because if the student org fails, then there's no way to see that the space will continue. And beyond that, I view it as a student org, I view it as like a Usac initiative because of how I think fundamental the space exists on campus like is to students like livelihood.
You understand that?
So,
One second. To Bethany's point, I kind of envision just good close to people as like has training wheels on right now. Like last year was barely on the ground, and right now just are still putting the pieces in place to make sure that without Robert or without Julia or myself, that it'll still exist. And I think that future is unfortunately not too clear right now. Like obviously it's super successful, but they still need this money and the resources to ensure that if Robert were to graduate tomorrow, that would still happen without Usac. And I think that's what this is kind of like getting off the ground.
Yeah. How much time do we have left for this?
We're at 13, but it seems like there's a lot of issues.
I actually have like a good question for you. So like all these like things that you're asking for, like have you guys did it advertise budget or was like the number just based off of what you did?
No, I mean, like, one of the big like trash cans is like 2,700, like, we already calculated this.
Yeah, they definitely, I mean, like, from working with them, they've done a lot of budget analysis, especially with the trash.
Yeah, it's not a big because there's like people honestly all the people in it. Like, give you a line item and so like that was just.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, just to add one final point is that like, I think once they get this funding, that like, that would be the point by which like, USAC no longer has to like, so directly provide like large surplus allocations to them, because after that, I think contingency allocations would, suffice is what like I think we had talked about and like agreed to. beyond that, which is like what a lot of student works depend on. So I think that's kind of like, I like Bella's analogy, is it like it's on training wheels, and then this would be kind of like the final push of like giving money back that they didn't spend last year that's already allocated to them. Which, by the way, we can ask more questions about Big Close to People because the next circle's allocation is close to people with village.
Yeah, I just want to propose that we move on to the next one. I want to thank Big Close to People for being here. This is a long meeting for everyone.
So, Robert, is this something you absolutely talk about this week?
Yes, I would prefer them to go this week because A, I will be here next week, and B, like they could use the money sooner rather than later instead of running the same problem that actually using the requisite last year. So the main thing though is that if I'm not here about next week to advocate for my surplus allocations, then I'm in the same position that the people that are saying that we should delay. Like the same reason they're going to delay is the same reason I would delay next week is because I don't care to advocate for my proposals until before after you all already allocate the money to everyone else. So that's my preference.
Okay, so once we finish all the proposals, again, we can decide if we want to put them some of them just asking. Okay, so the next one is the equivalent people worker pay surplus allocations. I think we already know what the equivalent people is, but maybe you all can tell us a little bit about what you want for money. Or, and I asked to keep this one to under 10 minutes, but we went over the 10 minutes.
So the reason why we want to pay our volunteers is because our workers are continuing working in health centers to make sure that it's continually we're able to provide these. We are listed a small group of volunteers and a lot of times we're to make sure that the space is organized and that the space provides environmental not just receive the resources they need, but also just provide basically a sense of community, a sense of friendship. Constantly see the same people coming in and out of the center. We are able to provide that personal relationship with them, just to make sure that everything's going okay, just to make sure that we have a sort of personal connection with them. And not just be able to provide us supplies. That's why there's such a small group, everybody really provides a lot of their time and effort to ensure that this thing, that the safe places you're able to provide. So it's really important to make sure that the time that we invest into our center is. I'd like to kind of reframe this as the word pay workers is problematic because if you're paying workers, you're paying them at least minimum wage, you're tracking hours and paying them for actual time worked. As I read this, what you're actually looking for is to be able to give stipends as honoraria to thank your volunteers. So they will be volunteers, not become hourly paid workers. And there would be a small amount that would be paid for their service.
Pretty volunteer stipend.
Yeah, and that's important too, just because like the thing that this rests on is that on the condition that next year, once we actually, well, even this year, once career centers start providing actual workers on that space that are paid, that the rest will be supplemented by volunteering that I don't think would necessarily demand a stipend or Okay, so once the career center steps in and does the majority of like work with career peers who are hired workers to the career center, then there will only be certain times where volunteers will actually be at the center doing work, which is like why it's a 1 year thing that they would be stipended. Does that make sense? Sorry. So they would be stipended for this year. Yeah. Yes, so you need more than you would career center.
So basically, the Career Center has this program called Career Center, their internship deal, and the career centers get paid through the Career Center, and they're interested in partnering with
next year, it's gonna be mostly career peers, and our volunteers will just fill in the next gaps. And our career center mentioned that he needs career peers there like a certain day at a certain time. So like that day, that time, there are volunteers who step in, but as it sits right now, it's 100% volunteer run.
My question is, so one of the volunteers, because right now I'm setting up this on the floor, like making sure things are really, so this is kind of like floor, like, making sure people are checking in, that kind of thing. What would the volunteers be doing subsequent to them being replaced by career peers in majority of them? That's kind of like how the overall function of this volunteers going to phase out. Are they going to be doing other work? Like, I don't know what they do. Like, right now the proposal is floor work, but I assume they do.
So the volunteers now, like usually their main tasks are like signing people in, signing people out, sorting the clothes because we have like a bunch of bins in the back where clothes is stored from our donations. We hang it up once people take it. So they do a lot of like that sort of work. The volunteers would still be volunteers as a part of the student organization, but their focus would shift a lot less towards like working at the center, like actual hours, and a lot more towards like advocacy and putting on programs that aren't in the center. So like a lot of what we did last year was with the Hill, a lot of what we did last year was with like various partnering organizations. I know we're working with Clear Lines coming up for Pride Week. So like a lot of those different organizations that we work with would be, it would be more tailored towards that, like that sort of collaboration instead of working at the center.
Other questions?
Sorry, yeah, 15 workers should be paid for and volunteers.
How would we choose which 15 get paid?
So if you scroll to the bottom of our application, we have a sign-in sheet for every week. And I can't speak on behalf of Jimmy because he's not here, maybe you will know this answer. But I know that he identified, I think 15 people, or less than 15, I think like 13 or 12. And he's assuming that other people will step up this upcoming quarter to be stipended, to potentially be stipended. So he's already identified people that he thinks would be, I guess, eligible. Yes, so if you scroll to the bottom, like that's an actual example. Like you can see like Rita, for example, worked like a 4-hour shift on Friday.
This is how we schedule our hours. So we Google Doc and you go up there and fill out whatever hours you're gonna work. So like see Bria worked, she was available those 4 hours, so she's gonna work those 4 hours. And there are fewer than 15 volunteers that are like consistently signing up and putting in this.
The other more than 15 volunteers, so I think the question.
Okay, there's
about 20 other organizations together, but the thing is that not all of them are involved. A lot of them don't even show up to meetings or anything like that. If they need some leadership, that's something to consider, but I mean, if you're not showing up to meetings, you're not, okay, that's so it's like been doing it, so like they and partner are committed and actually wish on we're expecting, we're assuming that maybe 2 others will step up to once the incentive.
Isn't that kind of, it's not kind of like that, because now you're saying a lot of use cases, it's like people and it's only 2 spaces.
It's like an estimate, like in the sense of at the end of the winter quarter, and this is what Jerry told me, that he plans to look back at all the records of our Excel documents, all one document, and see, like literally, he can calculate how many hours each person worked. And like what I think the point that you are looking at is that the 13 people have been really identified as the people who be over the stipend, but it could go up to 15 in the sense that there could be 2 somewhat of other volunteers and really step up and put in enough hours to be qualified for stipend. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he's doing it by like a line of like you have to work this many hours, or if it's literally like the top 15 of those workers. But I know that he's identified who's around like 13 or 12.
I don't know if that method, I mean, too bad, I don't go in a organization or so, I don't know if that method is the most effective, is my only concern.
I mean, we also have to take into consideration that we're not all students, and like our hours do tend to run for those people have class, so like a lot of people want to be dedicated, they may not have the ability to be dedicated to the cause, as we're like, judging based on this, so we're saying that
like if you're showing initiative outside of, these typical ways of showing it, then that may also like, open that up for consideration for next year.
This is something I mentioned about if for some reason maybe there was like 17 people that you decided, would you be willing to move the size amount down to like 430, for example? Yeah. They would, yeah. So it's not, 50 is a set.
No, it's just like a rest.
Sure. We are almost 10 minutes for this one, so any questions or we can move on? Yeah.
I have a question from the public.
Yeah, all you can say.
Just generally speaking, why have you chosen to prioritize contingency over student services fees from XAC?
Okay, so we did go to SBAC this year because by the time I knew it was an option, it was at the reception with administrators with Usac. It was beyond too late to mobilize everyone to put together an application. And I talked to Nicole like extensively about potentially doing it, and I forgot the name of the chairperson. He kind of just straight up told me that SBAC didn't have the funds available to provide for this. So my thinking then was it would be a lot easier to go to SBAC and ask for money that we were already given to give it back to us, rather than to go to SBAC, an extensive application and probably be denied in a very short time frame that it was due. So that was the reason why we had to go to SBAC. In the future, that's definitely something the student work I've already talked to them about. If they need like larger funds available.
For 10 minutes, I'm going to suggest that we move on just quickly do those.
For good folks.
Okay, so next is the Queer Rights Society consolidation. So,
Stephanie and Gia are here. I'm gonna let them take it on behalf. Thank you for coming out to this tonight. I appreciate you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Robert. So just to introduce yourself, I'm Maria. I'm a fourth year. I'm the executive director of Queer Alliance at UCLA.
I'm Stephanie. I'm
Okay, so we just want to give a little bit more background on Friday. So it is an annual event that has been put on for years. And so originally it was created, within the IDP office as allied, and as it is, years has come, it has been passed down to Queer Alliance, for the AAC and IDP offices respectively, last year. Fun fact, 2 years ago, IDP was not really big either. So the whole point of it, shifting to us, this program is so that we can ensure that queer leadership is more connected to the queer students that we are trying to celebrate on campus are the ones who are initiating this program. However, since we are a student board, we don't get funded. And so,
I'll go off on that. We're just gonna bring it up. But yeah, basically, a lot of programs for queer students have like historically been non-existent or really limited. And we apply for funding for like other apps, for like our programs. And we don't usually receive the full amount of funding and we don't fully fund programs. So an example of this is we used to do something called Queer Culture Night, which was an annual event at UCLA. We had to stop doing it because we didn't make it. So basically for Pride Week, the schedule for the week so far is that on Monday we're planning on doing a dialogue with IGR for kind of like talking about queerness for questioning and reading out books. And then on Tuesday we're planning on doing something called the Daytime Dance Party and also a sex ed workshop for queer sex ed experts. And then on Wednesday we're planning on doing a queer career panel. And on Thursday, we're planning on doing Queer Cafe, and on Friday,
yeah, so obviously we're not doing a lot of remote programming with some of the offices that are sitting here, right here, like IDP, AAC, and other offices, SWC, so thank you all for your support too. And we also, as Queer Alliance is essentially a monthly organization of the different, more specific queer identity awards, we have their support too. However, it is a big event to put on, so that is why we're here today. And so with this week, like Heidi, we really want to keep it sustainable. We want it to be great because we want to be able to celebrate these events. UCLA is listed as one of the most LGBT friendly schools in the nation, and so it's only right that we have this because it's something that was probably underfunded from that. And so we don't have it, what's the point? It also increases visibility, it helps build a community that I feel like not a lot of Christians have. Yes, we have, people married or whatever, but I feel like the now the conversation changing and how we look at these intersection identities, but still celebrate our queerness as a whole, together at UCLA. And that's something that we really want to look at the way it's really like a queer community. And so, and one of the first items, but essentially what we really need for the week, okay, cool. So our biggest expenditure would be catering, since, Queer Prom is a signature event of the Gender Sexuality Society within the community on the Hill. It's gonna be on the Hill, so a lot of, hill venues, they only make it to UCLA catering, it's like a rule they have. So if you ever order from them or you're ordering, really, marked up. So that's also why it's kind of expensive. There's no way to like count that. I've ordered it many times. They really want us to pay like, that's something. Other things that we want to buy is supplies. So we do have a lot of rainbow flags, but that's not the only identity that's really on the. We want to be able to buy all these other identity flags, such as the ACE flag or the I flag, and be able to display this during a lot of our events, such as the dance party or whatever we know it. I think that'd be a beautiful idea. Right in the middle of the plaza, like queer people, all these flags, celebrating various identities. All that will cost money, of course, but we don't have that. So that's also another thing we need. And then vending costs, of course, that's always an issue. Everyone's space and in that space. In our area, so we want to be able to get performers from both Queer Cafe and Queer Prom, just because, it's going to be a formal event, especially since Queer Cafe is happening on Valentine's Day. We want to make sure it's a space that is both affirming and safe, and also like something that people want to go to on Valentine's Day, whether it's with their partner or their friend, just some place where they can celebrate Valentine's Day with one another. And so we want to, hire some drag performers who can MC the event. Queer Cafe will also have local undergraduate students who are performance artists who, support and whatnot. What else?
Well, so basically, as we're gonna see, the kind of what we're looking for in terms of funding, and we really appreciate the opportunity for that. And like we said, I think it's really important for us to feel like this Andy and me that we have some
Yeah, I have a question about wow. Yeah, I know.
Aside from this, sorry, did you call my name?
I said Serena, but you.
My bad, go ahead.
No, I got mistaken too.
Okay, I'm just saying, aside from this, I would highly encourage you to apply for the SWC program. You can get up to $750.
It's like this is, I'm hoping that having lots of things like that happen with this funding. We are looking at various funding bodies. But we do get this program. This isn't happening this quarter.
Cross again. No. Wait, can I be serious? Can I be serious?
So I like inherit a legacy unity. And so the commissioner before me was Black and LGBTQ plus identifying. So he had passed on knowledge to me. The QA didn't center Black voices in that community. And when I bring it up to my board, which consists of also mostly LGBTQ and defiant Black folks, they have the same concerns. So what are you changing this year so that you are centering those voices in your organization?
That's a very good point, and I believe there is an inherent anti-Blackness within activation plan. As very known, we've been constantly kind of working with the Black queer organization here at UCLA. Unfortunately, it's just really hard to kind of collaborate with, like these different like student organizations. Everyone kind of like work with LG and so we kind of have a disconnect. Here's me having the lines between the different intersecting communities, because everyone is very focused on their own community, if that makes sense. You know, people's capacities to be together and like, be able to make those voices. We have met with Black and we have to kind of, talk to them about how we can, you know, center their voices. They are the voice of Black students that students here at UCLA. What I plan to do at our retreat here is to hold an anti-Blackness awareness training in our retreat, because I think that's very important. And the elder staff is really Black people, and very aware of that. It's a very important point that you bring up. In terms of QA's history with anti-Blackness, that happened in a time when I was here. So I cannot really speak on like QA's experience, because that knowledge was unfortunately not passed down to me, because of a lot of different conflicts that happened in our area. Ultimately led to us being active when I came to the university. QA only started when I started the position as the director in my first and second year. And so really what it is, kind of like, we're using the old name of QA, using it on the office, but I feel like QA is kind of a version of I'm not saying that there are anti-Blackness that happen, and that causes experience every day on a day-to-day basis. But, you know, I want to start that conversation about that. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
As far as we know, no. I know George did bring up applying to that study fund, so we're going to do that. But we haven't confirmed any other funds.
In terms of like, so this is the overall budget for all the costs that you're anticipating, or you guys already have items that you can attribute it?
Yeah, we have a line item.
Yeah, I was just wondering, your role, Robert, exactly.
So there's multiple roles that IDP. So for history's sake, before last year, IDP collaborated with Clear Lines on projects traditionally, not in the same capacity as surplus, but in different capacities. This year, we're doing multiple different things, so doing close to people, like basically in my office, we're doing close to people, is doing a lot of stuff of actually providing free professional attire at your prom. We've actually done I'm pretty sure the majority of the room bookings, or I've been working on the majority of the room bookings for Clear Lines for Prodigy, including Clear Cafe. We're also doing some stuff with other Usac offices, I know, getting flags up in our office space, and then also coordinating reservations, not just within Ackerman, but outside of Ackerman and Gissel. So kind of, this doesn't fulfill, sorry? No, I'm saying, yeah, like the main reason we're collaborating is the historical precedent of doing stuff, but then also go close to the people, committee, and the student board are providing professional attire for Clear Prom.
I just want to know, Luzera and George, the difference, I guess, between Robert's contribution and your
Well, I'm supplementing the program.
Okay.
And so, like, for instance, I was support, and that's really not like that's something like I was making sure like really listening to like really do stuff and do stuff that I'm like involved in and giving money for instance, most of these meetings would fall around student hourly work, like support and already like said I would support. So it's like, if it's something that we shouldn't respond to, then we should be this way student. You know what I'm saying? And we actually address this.
The reason why I would disagree with that is because every time Clear Lines has had a Pride Week, and I know that last year they worked with AAC, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but before Clear Lines had collaborated with AAC, you will have collaborated with previous council members, and especially the office of internal vice president, to work on Pride Week, which is why I'm saying there's history behind who all coming to USAC for support.
Yeah, so I mean, I can share a little bit more specific quickly at 10 minutes.
No, that would be great, yeah.
So it first started, I don't know what years ago, it was like, it was now. But basically it started through somebody with Res Life, and then there's somebody in the IDP office who was interested in collaborating with them. It's also a matter of convenience in that sense. However, it was first started as LIB. Obviously, that's kind of problematic for various reasons, and you know, you have more time for that. But it eventually turned into IB, but it was only kind of like IBP's legacy or signature program. Well, I don't know how those Usac officers called it. And then they would contact Career Org and the LFP Center trying to help us. However, what we noticed with the past offices is that like a lot of blame fell to local center in the campus. And so because like diabetes in the past we have been locally clear identified, or didn't know anything about the LGBT community, or didn't know a single queer person on campus, you know. So that was kind of like, you know, they should come. And that's why I feel like AAC was like, the commissioner last year, that's why we reached out to QA, try to like make sure private is going to be something that was I don't know if that kind of helped.
Yeah, I just wanna, so is it, are you two not also?
How we support.
Yeah, I think I'm just confused about, I guess, the differences.
So, we are technically, well, indirectly SWC is part of QA, and we've provided historical support in the past. And then we also provide pretty much to every health and wellness organization, we provide an unbiased opportunity for student campus organizations to apply to the programming fund. And usually for offices or organizations that we want to see apply, we usually reach out to them specifically. That's why QA I've talked to you several times for that. But other than that, it's mainly organizational support and then support through Sexperts, one of our committees. But yeah, that's how we support QA.
And just to respond to your question, I don't, unless you two do, I don't perceive there being a conflict between all three of us working together. QA on the side of it, and we've gone through their private meetings that we've all been there with our separate representatives. So, yeah, I just want to make that clear, I don't view at all there being a conflict with multiple offices.
No, I don't think that's that's an asking. Because I'm directly at least contributing to that. So we talked about how I participated in last year as well. So it's that I feel like that doesn't things I'm not saying that they're not important. It has nothing to do with Usac being involved.
Yeah.
Is this a Usac initiative?
Yeah, because that's.
So they kind of, it brings me involved ourselves. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. Yeah, I mean.
What's the issue? I'm sorry, charter if you don't. No, it's a Queer Alliance initiative that Usac helps support.
But this is time sensitive, right?
Yeah, this is very.
Okay, I just want to understand, yeah.
It's been almost 17 minutes and you have 8 more. So I'm gonna ask if you want this way for the rest. We can do one last question.
Right, my question is, if you don't have the money in its entirety, will you be okay with private facility?
If you don't decide in its entirety, will you be okay?
Well, it depends on how we get it. We get.
I mean, ideally, I really could find the money, with the only time I'm because of the time sensitive nature of everything, I think it's helpful if you're able to get funding from you all. Especially because a lot of our programs, I feel like we apply to other funds, there's things that may not be applicable in those funds now.
Yeah, I mean, if we get at least, half, I feel like we could work with that. If we had 8,000, we kind of use all 8,000, we would try to use all the money we do. I mean, that's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah, right.
Just to go on to that, last year, there was a big issue, at the last minute, we got t-shirts, and we had to kind of design, from new ways and offices. we also have food on area with lots of it, it's like super stressful, so I feel like if we just had the funding, like, we wouldn't have to.
Additionally, also, if we have the funding, then maybe like AC, could use that money that they're going to give us t-shirts, you know, some other program or initiative that they want to do in their office. Things like that.
So the money you are receiving from AAC is on top of the $8,000. So
No,
that really is
no.
$10,000.
No, we factored in the t-shirts and supplies.
So you're still asking for the full $8,000 then?
Yeah, what they're saying is that if they give the $8,000 to another, its surplus can fully support their program rather than financially coming from any stock.
Got it, okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and move on. Thank you so much for I'm going to propose to finish the IVP ones, but we take a short recess. So again, let's really try to be shorter with these moving forward. So we have 3 more IVP ones, and then it's okay with everyone, we'll take a 10-minute recess and so next is massage chair.
Cool. I'll leave this and then my chief of staff, thank you all for coming here. We'll talk about this. So last week I brought this up, and I think like a lot of people viewed it as a joke, or whatever, but after talking with my office, meeting with Roy, and doing quite a bit of research with other UC student governments and health centers, it's like I just want to share some things with like council that I view as important is that most UCs already offer like these at their schools, and most of them are paid for by their student government and are offered in their either their mental health centers or their general health centers. So I gave a few examples, and chiefs of staff have articles to share, and I'm sure they're going to interest us too. But UC Berkeley offers multiple in their training center. UC Davis does, UC San Diego does. A lot of schools offer this, and the reason why is not for like pleasure's sake or for the fun of it. There's quite a bit of research that shows that these are used to alleviate stress. The reason why IDP picked this up is because working with our institutionalized this, IDP does a lot of stuff with reducing stress, especially during finals week, with group talks for finals, study for finals, all of these sort of programs to close to people giving away school supplies. So really this is one facet of our office's general mission to provide things that alleviate stress, especially during finals weeks and the stress that comes from school. So we feel like we were asking for around $3,000 for 2 massage chairs. Roy and I have met about this and identified 2 different locations that are potentially used. One is on the 2nd floor of Kirkhoff Hall in the study lounge. There's actually a private room there that could already be using the 2 massage chairs. And then there is the 3rd floor of Kirkhoff Hall, the study lounge where the recliner chairs are. We actually have the ability to move 2 of those recliner chairs across from each other and then put 2 massage chairs in. So both those spaces have, at least from my looking at it initially, we have outlets for electricity and would be suitable for these massage chairs. The massage chairs we chose are FDA approved. They have a 3-year warranty, so if they break down or if they get damaged and need repaired, they can get repaired for no cost. And they're wear-proof, so they won't wear easily. And then there's one other thing. Oh, they're quiet. So in the study lounges, they're not going to make noises to bother you. But beyond that, I won't get too much to the staff just to make sure you all have anything you want to add. Aaron, Julie, University.
Yeah, I just have a couple of things. So first, as someone who actually suffers from like chronic back pain and a lot of this like uncomfortable like neck positions, who's like chronic chiropractor, chronic massage, like procedures, I guess. Like to know that my student government laughed at this idea is number 1 offensive, and number 2 it just shows that like is mental health, is well-being an issue to you guys? Is number 1, and then number 2, like these chairs, like they offer accessibility. A lot of students don't have access to the U-Ship, the $30 massage is offered there. They don't have access to the blog, book a massage, they don't have access to the massages offered 1 week out of the entire quarter that are like very limited that recreation puts on. And I think this would just be something that can offer students a way to like a place to go if they're in need of comfort, if they can't get a COPS appointment. And I think it's important to know that this is a very simple solution. I just heard you guys say you have $275,000 you can allocate to that. And for me, that's something that would say like, what is 3,000 out of that to go to something that students can use at any time in any day?
Yes, first thing, I'm sorry if you felt, any kind of bad way by any sort of reaction that council members may have had. I can't speak on behalf of anybody, I also speak on behalf of like a meeting that last week, because I can't recall a meeting, but I'm really sorry if you felt, any kind of bad. I have had problems, I feel you a lot. What was I gonna say? My only concern with the specific chairs that we have is like, I don't know how well we should trust customer reviews. There's one customer review that has a 2-star. I just like, have you all contacted the manufacturer or someone to get more information if these chairs are the best ones that like we can provide our students? And like if this review is like, just, you know, a bad hire?
We've had a couple conversations, well, not me directly, Robert, I guess, have had a couple conversations with Roy about moving like specific chairs that are heavy duty that have a warranty, just because they are like having heavy usage, we can replace them for maintenance, however, we can of course get into more. But we did a lot of extensive research and it seemed like the best option, that one review is kind of like in the mix of everything else we needed, you know?
Is this something, I don't know, George, is this something that your office has? Because I know it's about student wellness, so I'm wondering, like, does this need to come out of surplus, or is it something?
So I was gonna say something, I mean, I in general support this idea, like, I don't think it's a joke, like, I like the idea, it's great. I think it would be really popular if it comes out. I think in general, I personally, my opinion, I think it's less important than other proposals, even some of your other proposals, Robert. I think it's less important. So I think maybe we should weigh that into it. And I think maybe later we could discuss possibly how SWC can support it. I don't necessarily think, in my opinion, that it should come out of surplus. But I can support it through my budget. Not my budget, sorry, SWC's budget.
I understand why SWC would have a very clear mechanism by which they view it to be something that falls under their office. Because this came through my office, I want to be clear, this was an idea that was not just by me, but people in my office that represent this, and I want to be clear that I think, and this is not just with your office, this is with all offices, is that when offices fund certain things, they claim certain things, and I think that that's my biggest concern, that I would want it to be. And what I was talking about last week is something collaborative potentially between IBC and SWC, and I know that like you probably, hopefully, be open to that, if that's something that's possible.
Yeah, I'm not saying I want to claim any sort of thing.
No, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I think we fund a lot of different organizations and we rarely ever claim any sort of like clout for them.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, we should definitely like, I would be more than willing to talk to you about. I think just in general surplus in general, that's accessible to all Usac offices. Maybe you should weigh other proposals over this one.
Bella, would you like to?
And like, to be candid, like last week when Robert did bring it up, was it last week or 2 weeks?
It was last week.
Okay. I think maybe he like presented it in like a joking way, and I personally laughed, and I apologize for that. And today, listening to your testimony, it would be hard for me to kind of like disregard that, and like you're saying, like a small $3,000, I don't think that there's anything that whose effectiveness would be taken away from with affording this $3,000, and I don't think that we, as like from our own personal narrative, be in a position to say if this is important or not. I personally don't have like any of these like physical ailments, and I can imagine how painful it would be, and we don't know how many students, you know, are on their feet like in the coffee house or at the UCLA store, just like don't have a chance to like hang out or something. And so I think that this would also promote kind of like kinship between the students in USAC to like show that like we are doing more than just like, you know, putting on events and like things like that. I think that this would be a good way for us to be like, hey, we're like listening to you, we know you're stressed, and though like you didn't come to us and demand this, like we're thinking of you. That's one point. A separate point I want to make, kind of a question: how would we regulate like people laying in their
Yeah.
So the other schools that have implemented massage chairs all have time restrictions, and it's kind of a first come, first served basis. And they usually allocate like 15 to 30 minutes. 30 minutes is kind of on the long side, but I mean, we're obviously like students who has 30 minutes into the massage chair. But so I think like 15 to 20 minutes of time, which I can see programmed into the chair. It would run for 15 minutes and then shut off. And so it would just kind of be like enduring students waiting if hopefully it's as needed as we assume it is, and they would just rotate out.
And I want to echo what Bella had said, is that, like, I think getting it from surplus rather than like pursuing other avenues would be the quickest way to do it. And I also think that like the necessity is there for it to be quick. Berkeley actually did a actual study of where they calculated how many people use it each semester. And they found that per semester over 1,000 to 200 students use it. And that it has, and the Tank Center has actually sponsored replacing and refurbishing the massage chairs because of its importance to health on campus. So they actually took it up after student government initially funded it.
We're at 10 minutes, and so I would like to cut it unless I would use the rest of it.
It's like 3 minutes. First one is, I said, someone was kind of macros and save God, I really understand. Like, I understand. However, the issue does not seem to be directly, like, at least from my perspective, right now, being addressed by the massage chair. What I'm hearing is, like, for example, if you go to that, they are putting something off the middle line in final school. Is this money that's not able for in-person people to actually give those massages for a longer period of time? Is there a way where we can use a similar amount of money to address the same kind of need? I understand this idea of having like a fellowship with each of the chair, but the reality of the matter is you get a lot of foot traffic. Someone just be suits with each other, so you get a lot of people. And if somebody when it's suits so bad, people will walk around an hour sometimes to sit in that chair. I'm not saying I want to give them access to it, but we're not swiping in and after the chair to be in a college building where anyone to sit. So that these kinds of things to consider, that factors into me. You want to say that students will take care of the chair, you want to go to the public responsible for taking care of it. So you look into
Yes, I would agree. One, the reason why recreations and a library is trying to use massages that they offer is like some of the problems that a lot of people, this is also referenced by Berkeley, is that they don't feel comfortable with people like doing the massages and would rather have a chair do it for them. And then in response to the spaces that we've located, and like Roy can speak to this if he wants to, but like the spaces we found were not spaces that would be used or crowded by the general public. They were much more like private and areas where like there was, in my opinion, and I think like the reason we identified the spaces was for that purpose, would not be overcrowded by like way the people coming up and using them. And like once again, what Joey references the massage shows can be programmed to have like 10, 15, 20 minute times.
I do want to move on.
If I could just make one comment from the building perspective. Let's make sure we fund, if we like the idea, a sufficient amount of money. You know, when things are very inexpensive, sometimes it speaks to the quality. And what we have in this situation is a very high demand commercial application. So, you know, I just want to, I mean, as I look through, you know, kind of websites, there is a range of costs here. This is on the low end of the cost. We put in some sleep chairs just a couple years ago, and you know, they weren't commercial grade fabrics, and I needed to upholster them within a year and a half. So they really just didn't last. So, you know, I think it seems like a great idea. We do have some spaces that would be not for the general public, but would be students, faculty, and staff. Like the study lounges, that's one reason I like putting in some of those kinds of spaces, because it sort of controls a little bit more who has access. But, you know, let's make sure that we get something that's up to the demand.
Yeah, and we can supplement that with my office fund if it gets to that point too.
It really goes back almost 15 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
It's gonna go on the lounge, right? That's the optimal.
So there's two study lounges, one on the second floor, one on the first floor. The second floor actually has a private room that, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be devoted towards that. We move the table up and put those two in there.
You know, that's some preliminary thinking. There is
Yeah.
a little side room on the second floor statement. I mean, you know, I do need to make sure that I'm respectful of my services committee and, you know, I think it's an offer that I would want to bring to, you know, our group. And again, interest on the student body, that's what everybody's interested in low stress and all the things that are articulated here, but I don't want to over-commit that I alone to commit everything. But
We have to hear about what Erica Brady about this too. She's been working with us having 5 volunteers.
Okay, great.
Why don't you push like Ash or someone that has funds that could pay for this for a student or wouldn't have access to it in the first place? You have the unique ability to pressure these other entities for it, you know.
Yeah. The reason that was initially pursued is because of those entities, a lot of times they were those entities housed in their space, and you just didn't identify space and have to fit them. I mean, that's definitely something we can consider. If I mean, surplus funding, we can go back to that. But Ash is like, I mean, I'm sure you all know, it's a pretty prominent place. Yeah. I work extensively with Rudy, and like Rudy does not have money to give us. He's actually going to make surplus proposals for $20,000 quarterly. So like, if he gets money, we usually use that. So we actually have like brought up proposals with Rudy Recreation that they don't have money to give us. And Zach Governors and John Woodward Governors, I don't think are even in session yet.
I'm just very curious if you want, obviously I don't want to vote, I always don't know, but to be frank, I really want to elevate what George said earlier about considering other proposals as well as other things that have not yet come toward us, maybe coming from student groups, et cetera. $3,000 to make a really culture night, $3,000 can help from a grad program, a field weekend, a series of other things that I could list. Jay's office put on a really awesome textbook scholarship program with like $2,000, and you can already take a textbook scholarship. So I just want us to think very intentionally about it, understand the reasoning behind that. I want us to think about other things that we find funding, and whether or not we really want to commit ourselves to solid shares to be bring over all the other things that I just listed. Again,
I'm not saying that, like, obviously the least percentage is really being on, like, this is one thing. But I get what you're saying, but that's.
all right, so let's move on to office pay. Before we go on this one though, I just want to ask a question for Robert and for other folks who have small budgets. Is this a conversation that we're even comfortable having in the context of only one office and not the rest of them? Because honestly, I'm a little bit uncomfortable selectively allocating money for staff stipends for only one of the offices and not having a larger conversation about staff stipends more broadly. So to me, it seems appropriate to table this and to talk about it maybe moving forward from that, about allocating a block amount of money that can be distributed amongst all of the small budget offices. So TSR, FSC, FAC, myself, Robert, Bella, and Alicia, for staff stipends. Are you agree with that?
I've already talked to some of them about that, and I think that's a conversation we'll continue.
Yeah.
My only concern, not concern, but the only thing would be how do we go about, like, would we fund each office one set amount? Because our office sizes vary.
Sure.
Like, my office is relatively small versus someone's office which may be larger, so would we, and maybe this, like, for next week, we can talk about, but like, would we apportion money from surplus depending on how large the office is, or would we give each office like one set amount, and then if it's a larger office, like they give a smaller set, I don't know.
I think something we have to think about, like, I personally don't think I would be stipending every single member of my staff, to be honest. Because I'm not sure that I would be splitting in the amount of time I think towards the staff stipend. So I think that we all have to think about maybe some homework, I guess, for the small business offices. And it would have to be down to Usac or whatever, but, and not a pay or kind of thing, but think about how many people you want to stipend, think about the amount. It wouldn't be able to be that massive, but I think it could make a difference. I know that she's a staff office, the president were stipended until Casey were the one things. So you can look back at historical classes, do our EVP stipends, there were called for, so 2 chiefs, organizing director, and legislative directors, and what things to think about.
Compensation policies and expense, if you're going to someone's stipend, depending on their position, that amount needs to be. If you're going to look at this for like, it gives you 2 weeks to come up with a list of what are the positions in your office that you would like to have funding to stipend. And then when all the offices that don't have the funding to stipend their staff put together those requests, so if there's enough money, these are the positions we want to, you can see based on position, what that amount would be, and determine whether you want to fund. All of this, looking holistically across all of the offices, and keeping in mind what those compensation rates are, that your policy set out for the different positions, will probably give you some useful data for when you get around to making a decision.
Okay, so we're okay with that.
That's kind of the, I'm wondering though, after we got my last proposal, that, computer launch, and it's totally okay if we can't, but like, is it okay if we vote on like the GCGP and then, 5 weeks, so, especially for GCGP, so they can, like, or do we want to wait until the end?
You can make, so after you do your last one about the computer line, you can make a motion to take a vote, and then you can decide if you want to take a vote based on that vote. And if that vote passes, then we can actually take a vote. Does that make sense? It's very confusing. Take a vote to just take an actual vote.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
then take the actual vote, three to votes. Does that make sense? The first vote would be whether or not we want to vote on the application. So yes, no. The second vote would be, are we going to fund it? Yes, no. George?
Does a no vote mean we wait till the end of hearing all the proposals then?
Correct.
Okay.
So, when we decided, okay, yes, we're gonna vote it, like, are we voting on the full, are we fully funding them, are we doing a portion, are we proposing? Sure.
Yes, so you can say, so let's say like you want to ask for $10,000. Let's say like somebody makes a motion for $10,000, that motion fails, but you know somebody else speaks up and says, you know what, Claire, I want to fund $6,000 of that. I make a motion to fund $6,000, and if that passes, we can fund it. It might be a little bit arbitrary, so we're gonna have to figure out exactly how that's gonna work. But I think that's an option. I don't know if anyone has a better idea for how to scale down. I just don't really know how it works, so. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the computer launch one, then we'll take a recess.
Could we possibly do it for like, we motion to, like, we, if they, like, for example, every proposal goes up and they say, oh, this is time sensitive, let's vote today. Could we take the initial vote, say yes or no, let's vote today? And if the answer is yes, could we move the vote to the end of the, like, the proposals on? Just so that, like, we have more time to think about and listen to it?
Absolutely, so let's finish the IVP one, the computer launch one. And then Robert will go ahead and indicate to us which of his is time sensitive for today, and we'll take a vote on voting. Sounds good?
Wait, but regardless, if Jay's what you're proposing is regardless, we'll vote on them all at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, so if like, we got yes, it's time sensitive, then we'll vote today, we'll just decide on the amount more towards the end.
Yes, it would be fair, because like $5 shouldn't necessarily indicate preference.
Great.
Okay, so let's finish computer lounge and we'll take recess.
Okay,
And let's please try to finish this one by 10 p.m.
so So I'm just gonna read the letter from Heather, because this is like a commuter committee, thing, and transfer student rep and I are working on it together. So to whom it may concern, beginning in 2018, FYE in partnership with the transfer students and their staff, committee to support our undergraduate student commuter population, with a particular focus on the first year students and transfer students. For purposes of this committee, we are defining commuters as those undergraduate students who live more than 5 miles from UCLA and are not living in university-owned housing. Our committee will meet once a quarter for approximately 2 hours. The focus of the committee is to bring key stakeholders together to discuss ways we build community among this student commuter population, while also developing ways to continue to meet their transportation and academic needs. As student success research has shown, students who feel a strong sense of belonging to the campus community have a higher retention and graduation rates. Although we understand our undergraduate population has a higher retention rate, we want to pay closer attention to how they navigate UCLA, and if they're not only surviving, but also thriving as college students. In particular, the CBS had several discussions on the importance of space identified specifically for commuters, who may travel long distances and arrive early or stay late on campus in order to maximize their commute. The committee determined that having a lounge in North Campus, Central Campus, or South Campus would be ideal. This will help build visibility to the commuter population as well as demonstrate support for the student population to make it visible to the larger campus community. Ultimately, we hope by having identified student commuter spaces on campus, this will help increase a sense of community among all undergraduate commuters so that they feel socially and academically engaged on campus. We estimate this commuter allowance will cost roughly $20,000 in furnishings and any restructurings of the space that is used. If you have any further questions or would like to discuss this proposal, contact our group head. But I can answer questions too, because I know that my office has been working with the Transfer Student Center to look at spaces for the community lounge. Cool.
Can I just say something?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I just want to know, because I know we're trying to determine the line between, because the community committee is now a student organization, so I just want to know from the rest of the council too, just that line drawn between whether this is like a student or program or something that we should be prioritizing this week.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, but commuter committee, I thought they're not registered with SOL. Is that not true?
I can ask Heather.
Yeah, okay.
But I just wanted to, because I know the commuter committees, this is their first year, so they're very much getting their bearings and trying to figure out the structure of their own club, but I'm trying to keep this as organized as possible with like, because $20,000 is a lot of money. It's definitely needed. There is no community space on campus. The desire is there. I don't want to be hypocritical and saying like, I believe we should prioritize this and then the standard changes. So I just want to hear where everyone is on council. Even though I think this is important, but.
I don't know if you should know the answer to this, but why is this coming to Usac and not other entities on campus? Like, in terms of infrastructure expenditures?
Yeah, from my experiences of just talking to Heather that I know of, even talking to her and Jess about accessing space for USAC itself to have like a TSR, ISR office. I mean, the space on this campus is just so limited. And I think with transfer and commuter issues, it's very hard to get those identities on this table. So I think a lot of times it can be very hard to get that public support or the student support to get these spaces. I think too, talking from my meetings, is that UCLA was once a commuter school, and as the years have gone by, it's transferred over into a more on-campus school. So the need for a commuter lounge isn't as there. And so when we have this transition of, it was a commuter's school and now it's no longer as much, the institutional support is definitely there. I just don't know if us voting on this week would make a huge thing, because I do think everyone should have a chance, especially like you, Julia, doing facilities, should have a chance to look at the 20,000, make sure it's there. Because I really don't think voting on it this week or next week is going to make a huge difference, but I am saying that the desire for the space is happening.
So this is like your initiative to be, like I understand, like, I feel like there's no proposal that we had today for shit, like they weren't basketball, they
Yeah.
come from the back place, they are obviously like initiative. There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
Is this like your initiative to help transfer students?
Yeah, so this is Robert's office initiative
Can
and,
I add history to it real quick? And I know Sarah tried to talk to, it's just that we had her met with us and identified that she needed USAC specific help finding the space on campus where this could be located. Among other things, there was, the thing that we worked out, that the commuter board in Ackerman, there were other things that she listed, she had requested that USAC become involved with or help out with in multiple different ways with multiple offices. So from there, we took up the task of meeting with Ruby Figueroa, who is the director of recreation, and asking him the process of what it would look like to secure a lounge, specifically the games lounge in the John Wooden Center, and the central basement lounge in the SAC through SAC Board of Governors or John Wooden Board of Governors once they're established to secure space. So that's why this is an inherently USAC collaboration, not a student board or entity applying separately to USAC.
Sarah, go ahead. Oh, you're
And if I might add, the community has been trying for the last 10 to 15 years to secure space, and this is like one of the first times when they've actually made progress in presenting it to USAC. So that's why the USAC initiative is there.
And you guys have like line items for all these things too, like even though you have to share with us, like everything happens to them.
Ruby did a line item budget for us for recreation, because those spaces are in recreation, they calculated the cost of the 20 grand. Recreation is has a depth, like, is severely low on money since Spark referendum. Okay, so the last referendum that was like, I think Spark or SJP actually had some, because the 24-hour wouldn't pay them some, but okay, not SJR, what was 24-hour wouldn't, what was the SJR? Yeah, gave recreation money, but since then they've run out of money, so they're coming back to use that.
So space is, we don't have much of it, and I know that we talked to Ruby in recreation, but is there any other places that we've looked at? Because I know within the facilities commission, we have basically compiled a data list of like underutilized spaces on campus. So I'm wondering if that's something that you have done, and also if there's been any initiative to talk to other entities on campus, or that need like facilities management.
Yeah, so our main concern with facilities management too, and recreation, was that transfer student center and commuter committee wanted a space that was open as long as possible for 24 hours was the key thing for the commuter lounge. The best place for that was identified was not even SAC, it was the John Wooden Center, because John Wooden's open during the week for 24 hours, I think Monday through Thursday. Because of that, the games lounge that's there, which currently is an occupied space that's reserved by different entities, would stay that way. It would just be called the commuters lounge. It would be added, part of the budget includes adding like dinner getting machines, breakfast getting machines, couches, sort of that sort of thing. So when we worked with them, those were the best places identified because of the lane by which they're open, and that was the main concern, is we had identified looking.
That would be my main concern too, just talking to students, like people get there like 5 a.m. sometimes to be traffic, so definitely having a space that could be open as much as possible and that's safe for students to be.
So we got the J, and we're gonna close this item.
So is the option that basement or whatever it is, because I don't know if you've been inside basement, like you're talking about the main basement, right?
So the basement is in the meeting rooms, in the two, I think CPA occupies offices. Good close to people's house in the basement.
Oh, okay, so we're not talking about the basement, but like how much is stored.
Oh, not the basement, the B level.
Probably, that's way more than we have.
No, it's the B level. To be clear though, my office is not below the side of the space, the commuter committee is, and they're leading the charge. I'm hopefully picking between those two options that are presented. The biggest thing we did was secure meeting with Ruby and connected, and then our obviously advocating on behalf of the co-organizers to get the funding. Just to be clear on that.
Jay, Justin, and Dr.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I'm not sure if, maybe this is something that we need to address with the bylaws. It's kind of something that we've been talking about a little bit, but I'm not sure if my appointments, to be part of the advocacy task force were contacted or looped into the conversation about this, and they're both commuter students. So I think that just because of that, like we should be that is something that, I think they should also be part of the conversation with all this, because,
So, the other conversation was about getting a representative from the different Usac entities to have them on the computer board, so that they meet once a month, that you guys can be present when the information is decided, and then that's specific. So, actually, we have in works emails to reach out and find out who exactly are you facilitating those. So the invitation was going to be, essentially.
the invitation, I can use the one that's.
Is it to be sent, is what you're saying?
About to begin.
Okay, so it's not, okay, I think the issue, or like, the point that's being raised is sometimes people organize things and then kind of like people just party afterwards, and that's just not what this is, things in general, and it's something to keep in mind for everyone, including myself. Like, when people need to be involved in conversations, it's great that headway is made, but then when a lot of important decisions are being made, voices are left out, it's not gonna.
Can I just add what your committee is? Your committee serves as a sole organization, but it's an entity that brings, I mean, Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, it's an entity that brings together transfer, commuters, parking organizations on the committee.
I think I understand though what you're
Yeah,
both
yeah,
saying. I think, especially with Bethany and Jay, I think it's more of, even though Jay's appointments aren't necessarily, I guess, like in the committee itself, I think because FSC, IDP, TSR, and other offices do look over commuter issues, I just want to make sure that, like, because it is in your bylaws, that if anything, if we do have a council member that doesn't feel or feels as like they gotten the information given to them in any proposal, I just think as a council, we need to be like cognizant of that. Does that make sense?
I really don't want to cut you all off, but we still have a lot more. I just raised it, we're going to 2 a.m., so don't forget that.
So really, at a very preliminary stage, we're discussing what you may want to consider is leaving enough funding unallocated so that if you reach the place where this can become reality, you have the resources to do so. Before this could become reality, the Wind Center Board of Governors and SACBOG will both have to vote and bless it. When, if you decide that yes, you want to have them do that, knowing that there are resources to support these one-time costs will impact their decision when they get there. But they're not, as you said, they're not constituted, meeting, ready to make that vote. So there's nothing that would happen with the funding today. So really, I think what we need to look at in this one is not allocating money for this purpose, for this space, but perhaps considering a commitment to leave $20,000 unallocated as you go through your surplus process, to revisit at a later date when the space proposal is finalized and is ready to go to SACBOG and Wind Center Board of Governors, if in fact the location that you settle on is something within the purview.
Do you want to say anything on that? I have a question I was gonna ask you, because I got the community. So how is it, because I was about to suggest the way you say anything. Like, I mean, I don't think we need every single community to have a second, but what are the inherent benefits that we would get?
Yeah, I think the main, talking to Heather about it, I think the main benefit of having a space for commuters is, as of now, I think the title of a commuter gets very much split between like different identities. So being a transfer student, if you're a commuter, you kind of have a space allocated for you, even though it's not necessarily a commuter space. I think too, of what you're saying too, when I think about it, there's a lot of logistics we need to think about, because to make this space beneficial to commuter students, we need to look at the hours, like what Julia said. We need to make sure that the staffing and the funding can support what actually benefits commuter students. I think the biggest thing about commuter students really is just having a space dedicated for them, because most of the time commuters are just waiting on campus. And a lot of, I think too, we want to think about commuters and for the whole spectrum of what they are. We have very involved commuters and you have commuters that can't be. And so there is a benefit of being a commuter that's involved on campus because you most likely can go to another state and being part of other student boards. But when you're a commuter that isn't involved, essentially you're finding somewhere to wait on campus. And with, I don't know if, I mean, a lot of these things on this side of the campus close after a certain time. And so I think I think the idea of creating a space needs to happen. And I think I appreciate the IVP office initiating that because it does need to happen. And it's been over a decade. I don't want to devalue the importance of the commuter space, just seeing how the Transfer Student Center was created without thinking ahead of the funding, just thinking about the issues the Transfer Student Center is facing with funding. It's great to set up a space, but then when you were 3-4 years in a space and now you're worried about if that space is going to continue to be funded, I just don't want that to happen with the computer. So that's where.
Yeah, so like, no, it is like a true initiative, though, it's good, like, we can't even misconstrue this long as not. Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on, it's 10:01, please be back at 10:10. And we really need try to keep it
Like I thought.
Go get coffee. You want to go get coffee?
Yeah.
I'll go with you.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Like, it makes sense where it is, and it makes sense that people can like those things. But there's a lot of things that happen here, which is like it's hard so much.
Yeah, like what? And we went to one of them in my career. So.
Your office, my office. So that's I definitely think it should be. Yeah, I know just close that. Or maybe that's like a computer committee though, right? That can not sorry, I'm walking your head. Does anybody want to go for a coffee? I don't know what I'm really talking about. Yeah. Okay, that's what that's the thing that's confusing me. Yeah, I don't want there's a lot of people not seeing it for the time.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who are not in this conversation who decide what insight.
Exactly.
I'm against the idea. I think the way I told people that I love the idea. It makes sense. And it makes sense for it. There's a lot of logistics done on it. It's not your fault. I was asking because I know you talked to
No, so my office has.
No, yeah.
No, I'm about to say as well, that a lot of things that people are initiating and need to be cross collaboration. I'm just saying right now, people are collaborating, no one's collaborating. I'm not saying collaborating with me, but things that are being proposed, I can see facilitated by officers, or like helped by officers, and I'm not seeing that.
I think that's what Jay and I are-
A lot of not execution.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're trying to work out right here,
Yeah.
because all of the confusion with this is that, once again, not an IVP initiative, a commuter committee initiative that's being asked for funding through IVP. All of our offices sit on the computer committee, is that correct? So my confusion is that Heather told me that you over the.
Yeah, and I think it's.
I'm gonna look out for this.
Yeah, 1 second.
I think it's the way. Like,
Sorry.
Forward it to you. Forward.
So let me know if I don't speak loud enough at any point. All right, so my name is Donna, Gary Martinez, I'm here proxy for Jamie, both because she's participating, but also because I take this presentation, I'm directly involved with advocating, organizing, all of this stuff. So with that, we can move to the next. So, basically today I'll be providing you information about the second annual UC-wide Adopted Student Conference. I'll also be requesting, Usac money. In total, it's about slightly over $7,000 for the UC-wide conference, and then I'll break down exactly how those dollars are planning to be spent, and answer any questions you have about any of those budget. So the 2019 Adopted Student Summit is being hosted here at UCLA. It is the second annual conference organized by the UC Adopted Student Coalition. The Adopted Student Coalition is formed, is made up of myself and all the other undocumented student campus reps from across the campus. So with like 9 or 10 campuses, not counting San Francisco, there's upwards of two coalition members per campus, and we do a variety of things to help represent our communities. And one of the things that we have asked ourselves to do is to host an annual conference to help connect document students to each other from across the UCs and make sure that we're aware of the different issues that are going on and we can help advocate or organize amongst ourselves. So this conference is happening this year on May 4th and 5th from morning to afternoon, and we'll host between 200 to 400 document students, and plus however many community guests we are able to get to come. This may include CCC community college students and CSU Cal State students, and other organization representatives to attend workshops, to host workshops, to be people that are guest representatives, etc. So, like I said, the purpose of this conference is to empower, educate, and organize with other adopted students from across the UCs, allow us to network and organize. So this was the final budget that we created for the summit. So this budget focuses on food, materials, and handouts, which is like the actual handouts we give to the students on the day of the conference, and honorariums and swag for the conference holders to receive. So as far as food goes, I'm looking to spend between $12 per person for about 300 people, which is right between the 400 people we expect to be. We expect to host a minimum 200 students at UCLA with a maximum of 400. So 300 seems like a pretty reasonable amount for me. Also,
On Saturday, we'll be having both breakfast and lunch, and then on Sunday, we'll be breakfast, given that we are ending the conference earlier, so that students can go back and travel to there. Materials are in handouts, only cost $433. This includes folders, the brochures, one-page handouts, breakout room materials, and name tags for all of the students. Third, we have allocated money for undergraduates for various people. So we want to have 2 keynote speakers, and these keynote speakers are going to be awarded $500. And basically, the reason we chose not to give as much money as we normally would for keynote speakers as far as conferences that I help organize, is because we plan to get keynote speakers from around LA. That way, we don't necessarily have to pay as much for transportation and then housing costs if they're local to here. For panelists, we plan on having 3 different panelists with different purposes. So we can get to already guarantee that they will be there. And then for workshops, we have 2 sessions with 4 workshops. So it'll be $100 per person, plus another extra $100 for any extra supporting help and need for their workshop. And then for SWAC, we only are allocating funding for laptop stickers, which is all the cool you guys probably have, some pins, t-shirts, which are probably the most expensive item out of our entire budget. And then jail sticker for your action for the conference. And our primary concerns as to why I think that this funding is really kind of sensitive is due to 4 main reasons. So first, as a coalition member and the main liaison for the coalition, I have to provide really adequate and as soon as possible notice to both all EPP offices and to UCSA, because the coalition is currently hosting this conference as part of our larger fire campaign, which deals with basic needs. And so this has been a campaign that is going on year round, and we are supposed to host this conference last year, but I'll get into more about that. But basically, I need to tell the ASAP so that EPPs can work out logistics and UCSA can help us with promotion. 2, for conference logistics at UCLA, because we're hosting this at UCLA, I have to work and give them adequate numbers, reserve food, and pay for it. I need as much money as possible to get to UCLA, so that way, our conference can go through as planned. 3, our coalition also is the only people who are leading and creating this conference, and we're a very small coalition. So if we know as soon as possible how much money we're working with, it really helps us. And creating this budget is really difficult to figure out, what exactly we need without knowing, how much money we have. So hopefully, this budget is very, we definitely budgeted where we wanted to spend our money. So hopefully, this amount of money that we're asking isn't too expensive for y'all. Because we were trying to be as smart and diligent with our spending as possible. And then 4, like I mentioned, our conference was actually supposed to happen last year. We requested funding from UC Office of the President because the first conference that was hosted by UC, the UC Office of the President actually offered to pay for it. But this time, the second time around, they were not as giving, I guess, is the word. So we were left with only asking for funding from UCSA. But UCSA also could not offer us money because they don't have a lot of money. So the compromise was that, given that there's a color conference, which has not gone as effectively in the past few years, will no longer be hosting 100 students at host, that they will be sending smaller delegations to wherever the students of color conference will be hosted, and be from EVPs, since they do not send as large delegations to that conference, and they can send other students to this conference now. And they have that in their budget. They have agreed to send as many students, the minimum we've asked is 20 students per campus, and so 200 minimum we expect to host here at UCLA, knowing that we welcome that they definitely invite many more. And so with all of that said, this
and most of them be as expensive as this. So I think those are the only concerns I have with regards to whether this should be voted on earlier or not. And
Zero J. Thank you for being so thorough. I know that it's so initiative too, I feel, it is a minimal application for you, as soon as we should have thought about, but, what application that would be, what else is that the cost of doing it? Do this with focus, and now what's the date?
the date of the conference,
Yes.
it's May 4th through 5th. So as far as student organization, because this is a collaborative effort between all the UCs, no one organization is willing to take all the credit for the organization or for this conference and for all the work that the coalition does. Ideas has been very is a historic organization advocating for our community, but our funding applications, our funding sources are very limited. So we are, for example, we got our BEST grant, which I know Jay was speaking about earlier, but that all of that money can't pay for our conference, nor can it actually be used for a conference because we have other funding priorities. And a conference, even though this conference is really important, it's not necessarily the priority ideas to fund, an entire conference. That this is something that the coalition has to do, but not something that individual organizations really believe is the top priority. So it extends beyond ideas, and even the EVP office, even though I work with the EVP office and decided to take undocumented issues as a priority because it's my identity, right? So, this is the only source of funding we're looking at.
First, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you staying really late. Prior to being at FSC, I was in UP for 2 years. Having been in UP, I know that UP has a lot of money relative to other Usac offices. My question is, would it be possible for EP to possibly do a budget transfer from, say, their travel funds through SGA to fund this event? Because SGA, if I'm not mistaken, that's what they did, I think, with some of our money for the commissions that are not really funded that much. I think the money was switched from operational funds to them being included as programming funds. So I think that if EEP could do a budget transfer from the $48,000 that they get for travel to kind of a programming fund, EEP could fund this, and yeah.
One, I'm not in any of the executive positions for the EVP office. I'm just a campaign director, so I don't really know what our budget for the EVP office is looking like, so I can't really speak to that. As far as my relationship with Jamie goes, she hasn't really notified me if the office would be willing to fund it. UCSA, however, was talking about perhaps funding some of the conference, given that EVP offices collectively could definitely fund a conference like this. But the compromise was just, we'll fund all of their travel and housing, which is really expensive here. So, and that is more than we could ask for at the time. So, I don't really know if the EVP office is in place for the budget. Maybe I can ask Jamie, but she's not here, and she hasn't expressed willingness to fund the conference. Besides, allowing me to take charge of hosting it and figuring out all of the logistics here.
So just so everyone knows, money is successful online for all through SGA's report. So I can't speak to my intentions of what she plans to use the money for, but in regards to seeing how much money there is for anyone on this table, you can see it. Yeah, so I think just referencing that number, I understand completely if you're saying that you just something complicated, unfortunately complicated, which is going to actually pass it for the publication. First of all, thank you, it was beautiful. I have no doubt understand amount, like the amount makes complete sense to break down, and the long run, that's pretty cheap. Well, what you're trying to do. Yeah, so, but it might be worth considering possibly EVP. Not even to fulfill the full amount, but to fulfill partially possible.
I have some JP's all Jessica,
Yeah, it was pretty much what Bethany was saying. It's the same thing, like, I see the desire, I see the importance of it. It's just, I think speaking on behalf of one of the people with the lower budget, just $7,000 is, I would say, not a huge portion out of the EVP office. So I'm just wondering how, like, if it's possible for it to be funded through James' office as opposed to surplus.
Right? Because like, what it seems like was discussed last year, you know, as it interaction last week, and here was like, okay, we're going to use that. It seems the lines completely over to the schedule. So it, what that was, I mean, I don't know how I can ask, but what, how, I mean, I shouldn't have technically, because she's not, but like, what was that, like, she got hacked, or we're saying, or she got a portion of the service company did it from her operation. At least her program. The $7,000, I'm not gonna lie to you, is pretty beautiful. But I'm just saying, really?
No, I can only speak to what I'm being told, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, if I only got a portion of the budget, I would definitely look at this and be like, okay, what can we take out of our pocket? And what do we cut? So, probably the most expensive is food, and then honor items are also definitely a big deal. Swag, no, we can always move them out. But I feel like the coalition really came together to decide what was important and what was not. There's a reason Jamie wasn't necessarily willing to give us funding, like out of the office. Like, because I had met with her several months about this, and sorry, I'm just but basically, if I feel like if Jamie, I have met with her like several times and we've been discussing this, and it was in her idea, in her mind to fund it to just in-house because it's way easier, at least on me, to just, you know, ask her for money as opposed to sitting here and presenting. I think she was gonna.
I can see what she used to text me back. She said, and my testing also, I can't send her any follow-up, so she said that there wasn't room for it in the budget because A, DC lobby trips are really expensive, and B, EVP budgets in advance for 3 UCSA conferences, so that's Students of Color Conference, Student Lobby Conference, and UCSOS, and the EVP office at UCLA provides like transportation, provides housing, provides all sorts of things. In addition to UCSA membership fees and travel budget for the EVP and her executive team. So she just said that, like, frankly, because of the 3 conferences plus DC Sacramento, there just wasn't room for the budget. But I mean, I think this is something she's really supportive of, and I think we all should be supportive of. I don't see $75,000 why we couldn't support the students that need support and representation in the most effective way. Serena, Jen, Justin.
Are you in library behind this?
But I wasn't sure we can,
I have a question.
let's try to answer your question.
So solidarity housing isn't necessarily something we think about because one, we trust the experience with, selecting housing options and confirming transportation options. Solidarity housing just doesn't seem feasible given that we're in Westwood and it's 200 students that we want to close, 200 to 400. So housing for doctor students, period, usually is difficult. So if I were to like the apartments that we have access to, it just wouldn't like logistically work here in Los Angeles. And we decided Los Angeles was the best location because we're invited to all UCs and this is a very central location. So EDPs are already compromising with us even on our transportation apps because we have asked them explicitly to transport us by automobile / bus because walking students can't travel that way. You know, we want to make sure they get here safe and comfortably, and housing is also one of the things where we would rather have them book at a hotel or something, safer and definitely more secure than this model solidarity.
been focusing on organizing as undergraduates, but you don't really think about, possibilities outside and what organizing looks like in those spaces.
Jay, Jessica, I'm going to say,
Um,
let's wrap up.
So from my understanding, there were around $46,000 left over from last year's budget for EVP. And currently there's $89,000 in EVP's budget still. I'm gonna walk this fine line with how I speak, but I think perhaps it might still be worthwhile, talking with the finance director and EVP, considering that there's still a substantial amount of money here, $90,000 that EVP has for the rest of the year. And I understand that, but it's been consistent where in previous years, there's substantial money left over from
And it ends up here.
and it ends up here. There was $46,000 left over last year. So I encourage Jamie and the finance director to consider perhaps funding this. If there's consistently money left over every year, and if there's still nearly $90,000 in their budget this year.
And that's not just for them, every office always has left over money, and that's why we have this talk. So we also have to kind of put on ourselves to make sure that we're using the money as quickly as possible to make sure that we're going to serve students at a single way. So if, for example, you $20,000 left, but this is something that can consistently potentially be done at EP. It might be a matter of person that was apply confident and have access to it this year, but it's something to consider all the same.
Jessica, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was just wondering too, and I don't know much about the commissions, but is this, because I know you kind of brought up with your conference player, is this something like the other offices could also help with funding? I don't know, I'm guessing.
I think it's just challenging because this is technically a UCSA conference and technically only AUP members are in UCSA. So I just don't know how receptive. It's like it almost like six, you know, like that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like her job. Or it's to some extent, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of application. So you're not going to miss that over 20 minutes.
I just want to caution us, as the other people in Usac, when we try to determine how other commissions should spend their money, because I come from a commission that gets more money than a lot of people here, but nowhere near the people. When I start the year, that money is already divvied up. So when my directors were directors, they didn't do exactly this, budget line items. So I know that if my director do their job, I should have no money left over. And so I'm assuming that she did the same thing.
To be fair, I understand that, and I'm someone that really knows CSE acronyms, so
Yeah.
I always do, when we make a list of items, I put cushion around it, because you're not sure exactly what's gonna happen, especially when you have new initiatives, changing things, so having enough of money does not mean that we're not doing it, so I think just figure out now. Sometimes having enough of money needs to be more efficient, to do other things. And that's what also why I might said that, it could be that they're being very efficient, how they spend their money, how they go lobbying and stuff like that. So that could allow something like this. It's not necessarily a bad thing to speak negatively about how people budget. It's just to say that if there's money, it's used.
agency office of the president, which was states that you don't know special law for X amount of money to that in some ways, so it's like, for instance, now it's like, it seems to be a benefit with Jane and other agencies, really advocating and asking, now we're put in a position where we have to find it. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
So, I just want to say two things and then move on, if that's okay. One, the coalition has taken a lot of, initiative to make sure that this conference goes through as we would like. Traditionally, we're not given that agency, so funding is really important and surplus is very little restrictions is really useful, so our community is used to facing any restrictions regarding funding of any sort. And then secondly,
to be held in UCLA. This will be right before elections here at UCLA or like after for the new USAC. And I feel like if UCLA is going to be really open to undocumented students and is going to send a message to anyone here on campus is that if you support this campus, you know, it's because you support the community. And so if you fund this, it would be great if it was just a message. It would continue everything we want to pursue. And I just also want to leave, you know, y'all with this in mind that y'all get to lead and we continue this work.
So just as the CFO of UCSA, we really worked hard with the UC Office of the President to secure funding for the second year for the conference, but they've been really strict about the deadline that they would have wanted this conference to keep, and unfortunately that didn't work with the capacity of the coalition. I also want to be careful of labeling this as the UCSA conference because this was all the work of the undocumented community, so I don't consider it to our labor. It's really all the community coming together on a UC-wide scale to organize it. And UCSA unfortunately does have limited capacity to fund some of these larger initiatives. We only have up to $3,000 to allocate to campus or to different coalition partners, and we had already allocated that to ABC, a Black Student Conference, and so we have limited capacity to do so. Something that I'll still be exploring still is working within our budget to see how much potentially we allocate from other line items. But this request has great urgency. There's really great vulnerability within this community, and I think the amount of labor that they've put in over the past few months, attending monthly meetings of UCSA to speak about the issues and mobilizing as many students as possible needs to be recognized by the state, and I could not think of a better place for this money to be allocated.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Jennifer Warren.
Everyone, first, thank you so much. My office has been here since like 7 a.m. We're not here to like ask money for a project or a service. I think it's a need to the community and without saying much, I'm just gonna leave it all to you all to kind of talk about what we're asking for. We're essentially asking for an award for international students who want to perform 12% of the student's population, but do not qualify for a scholarship or financial aid or anything that requires you to be a resident, because obviously you're not residents. I think STEM and to our international student research task force, within the office, has been working on finding out like different scholarships or avenues for international students throughout the past couple of months, but having reached the point that there aren't any resources that exist on campus that this community can tap into, which is why we need this surplus. But this fund was an appropriate place to ask for the needs of the community.
Yeah, so this is essentially sort of a culmination of things that we've been working on and thinking about in terms of what issues have inflict our international community and what goes unrecognized about international students. And financial security has really come up so many times when we've spoken within our own circles. I personally have tried, or not me only, but our community has worked to fight against past things like tuition hikes that have been taking place almost on a yearly basis for non-residents. All UC campuses really don't recognize the international community as one where it can have struggles just like any other community, and there's just this assumption that we come here with a financial status of being able to support the UC education, and that couldn't possibly evolve over a 5-year or 4-year undergraduate time. So it seems illogical, but we've essentially brought this request to have a certain allocation that is mostly catered towards the international population. We've spoken to DASHU to see if they'd be willing to administer the allocation of these funds. And so a couple of our office members are here to also share different parts of the proposal. But essentially, this would be the first step ever by any entity at the UC to actually recognize the financial insecurities that we are seeing within the international population and taking even any type of step forward to provide some type of financial relief where it is appropriate. And so this type of funding would not be allocated to tuition as much as it would be allocated to basic needs such as housing, students going through a housing crisis or facing food insecurity or needing to purchase textbooks and such. But I'll leave it to someone else.
Hi, I'm Shahama, and I'm one of the directors in the Usac One office. So I just wanted to highlight why we're asking the Usac surplus for this money. Firstly, because this is not a project, a club, a service that we can't really apply for any funding. Over the past fall quarter, we have intensively worked on collecting like a database of all the scholarships and research grants for available at UCLA, and almost all of them ask you either for U.S. citizenship, permanent residency, to file taxes, or to like talk about FAFSA, which is not applicable to international students, so it just excludes the community. And keeping in mind that international students, like Ashok do come in mind knowing that they have to pay, but that does not mean that currency fluctuation does not happen. That does not mean that crises cannot happen. So there are a lot of things that international students do face where need-based funds or awards are not available to them, even to the extent that taking loans is not accessible to international students, be it from UCLA or be it from a bank in America in general. The Dashi Center, which is specifically for international students and scholars, is also highly underfunded, so they are also unable to help students meet any needs in such crisis situations. Some additional costs that international students go through, for example, during summer, storage costs, staying here over winter break, extra visa fee, extra ticket fee. Taking a 16-hour flight back and forth from home for me is already such a huge expense. So just keeping those things in mind, this award just is, I, sorry, requesting for funds for this award just so that it's accessible to all international students, keeping in mind that they can also have a need or a crisis at any point.
And I think just jumping into that, a lot of times we have this conversation with like a bunch of different entities on campus or even administrative levels. For example, when I took these studies years ago, the first exchange rate in Pakistan was $1 was 150 Pakistani rupees. 3 months ago when I woke up, the dollar had spiked to 149 Pakistani rupees. So my tuition had increased by 50%, and I could do nothing about it, right? And at that point, I think that, and I know I've shared this story maybe before, but I reached out to a lot of different people within UCLA, and they like, they let me extend payments, and that's because I had access to administration the way a lot of students do not have access to administration. I think not just that, there's in the past there have been countries which have separated, for example, the relationship with the United States at Florida, and at that point their currency, not just their exchange rate, but their political situation within their countries are in a manner where they can't even do a wire transfer between their country and the United States. There's a lot of these issues that when we come in, I know as a national student, you have to show a document that includes that certain amount of money for your visa to be approved. However, once you're in the United States, there's a lot of issues that come your way which you clearly could have anticipated. And at that point, there is literally no loan service, there's no crisis management fund, there's nothing that international students, because we're not residents of this country, can apply to. And in the past, the chancellor is like fundraising trips and a lot of other efforts has promised to fundraise for this community, but I think just like Ashok pointed out, there hasn't been an effort per se in that has been made, which is why I don't think anyone ever recognized the amount of need that the national community has for this sort of funding. Having said that, we do also recognize that it is money coming from student funding, so it's not like if this award
would be limited to international students. We cannot, and we try to be hard to identify what is international. The kind of your passport doesn't define whether it's national or not. There's multiple ways that you could be international, which is why this would be a fund open to all. We've spoken to Dr. Center about it, and we spoke to Sam with the director of Dr. Center. They would administer the fund, the international student representative position as created, would be given a position would have a position on the board that would figure out how this money is allocated, and even the provisions that we provided has been something that we come up with. But in the past, I think there's been strength in the international community, even the UCSA, as well last quarter, just to speak about how the international movement at UCLA has come about. And there were a lot of EPs who were like, they want to speak to us more about like how you brought the community together, because it is a community that has not been civically engaged because of their status in this country as non-citizens. And I think even if let's say this fund is to be approved, we would make sure that we're reaching out to the community again. There is a data pod, there is a proper survey process in order to make sure what kind of like resources, what kind of like financial help, the way they want this money to be disseminated, and it wouldn't be an effort. Just I think it's because this year is I ran the platform of serving the international community, and we did have a resource task force, but this money directly does not connect to the office per se, but it does connect to Usac because we do have the international representative position for next year. So if we go to get these funds, and I just have like Ryan speak a little bit more about like how we want this to be like not disseminated, but it would still be like a Usac initiative per se, with that international representative position and that center.
Sorry, I just want to add on real quick. Also, specifically for those on F1 visas, you cannot work off campus. You can work on campus only for a maximum of 20 hours, but even those jobs, a majority of on-campus jobs are going to study, which F1 students do not qualify for. So not only can we not access loans, even if we were to put in 100% of our time to earn the money, it's just so impossible for us to find the jobs or resources. OPT, which is optional practical training for those in F1 visa, limits you to have jobs after you graduate only in specifically the degree that you graduated in, which again limits our options and makes it really difficult to secure funds.
Hi, I'm Ryan. Pardon me if I called a lot along the way. I'm really sick, but I'm here because this really matters to me a lot. So in terms of logistics, if you are requesting for $50,000, I know that seems like a lot, but it's only split into 2 years. In the first year, we have 30,000 allocated, and in the second year, we have 20,000. So 80% of the 50,000 would be need days, like housing, textbooks, minor tuition support, and the most important part would be a contingent plan to address issues such as natural disasters in the home countries of international students, drastic political changes. We've seen how the government shutdown in the United States have really affected so many people. This kind of situation isn't just exclusive to the United States. It can occur to international students in their home countries as well. Their parents might lose their job salary, and they might lose their ability to continue paying for their tuition. But they might in that case, you make it really difficult for them to continue their education. Then what do you expect them to do? And this is how the contingency plan comes in, hopefully to support their end goals. Like speaking from personal experience, I come from a low income family background. I'm the first generation college student. My granddad died last year, and I didn't even have enough money to pay for a plane ticket to go back and see him. And yeah, it's just I think it's really important, and this can help out a lot of students in many ways. And the other part, and in terms of other allocation, 20% of it will be merit based, to be for distinguished seniors, research, and for international students who have accomplished new grounds in research or academia. And we also hope to support the existing graduate center scholarships. As mentioned, the most important part will be a rolling application for a $5,000 discretionary fund to address unexpected immediate crises. The rest of the information.
Alright, we're already almost 13 minutes, so let's just try to keep questions short. So you got questions?
Who decides when someone is born at, like, the student? But like, so then the federal government's involved in it? Like,
The National Center is controlling this, and the center already has financial documents from when the government is supposed to show like that's how. So basically, similar to how like asset finance, like whether you're like going on you in need of like certain money, but obviously you're not going that like those kind of money. So it's basically like it could be kind of process like like from stuff as such your bank, like your bank statements or finances, like for example, like a calculation process, like you qualify for like like food sports and do that. It would be the same process, but wouldn't require that you that your social security and things like that. Yeah.
I'm concerned about how you're gonna do this in a way that people who are not international students can apply and be considered, because you cannot use Usac money for a program where eligibility is based on ethnicity, nationality, or citizenship. That was why with the Urban Resource Center and the funding that was given for the undocumented student program last year, they had to do a swap out with unrestricted funds and use the funds that USAC provided for programming and things that technically were open to all students, and were not putting money in the hands of a program that only some could apply to. I'm not aware that the Dashy Center has $50,000 in unrestricted funds that it could do a swap out with. And I heard you say that you don't have to have a passport that makes you international, but I'm not following how you would define it. Eligibility would not be based on ethnicity or nationality or citizenship.
The eligibility would not be based on that credit because I think it is the whole idea is basically that you don't have to be international, but it is a fund that international students can apply to. It's similar like funding sources on campuses that providing support, for example, like for food insecurity is programs that resident students can apply for, let's say like international students in our country. So basically like a need-based funding source. And I think that what you were saying is something we haven't explored with actually I know that actually itself is like very well funded, and they're always like literally using like money students pay for like orientation like support their programs. So I don't know how much understood like money that they have, they would swap it out. But essentially the idea was that this these money applications would be open to all, including international students. But for example, in terms of like the self-financial needs, I would assume that like, if let's say there's an out-of-state student who like who wants to apply for like a travel fund for going back to their home like city, it would be a case similar to like from that. So it would be less about nationality or whether you're international, but more about these issues that are not unique to international, but apply more toward that.
So if you're looking at this as something that all students can apply to for basic needs, then you may want to look at other entities outside of the Dashy Center with a broader charge to consider administering it. You might look at something like the Economic Crisis Response Team or financial aid itself. And for merit-based scholarships, they would have to be worked through financial aid. So you may want to look at alternatives to Dashy as opposed to administer it if you're truly considering this as a basic needs scholarship that all students, including international students, can apply to, and a merit-based scholarship that all students, including international students, can apply to.
I think the Dash Center itself like works like in terms of merit-based ones, it has like specific grants like for merit-based, like for example, works the writing center for like a specific like writing scholarship. Like
That's a contest, right? The writing award is a writing contest. But the Dashy Center's charge really is to support international students and scholars and and to do programming that integrates international and domestic students. Their charge isn't really administering scholarship programs for all students. So they may not be the best fit, and any type of scholarship program would have to be coordinated through financial aid, no matter what department is doing the application process. But it sounds like there may need to be some more research done to determine the best way to administer a program like this. So similar to the request for the commuter lounge, you might be better served to just ask that this amount of funds not be allocated otherwise, so that once you've worked out the details of how this could actually happen, then you can come back and there are resources available that could be allocated for the purpose.
Okay, we're gonna get to the last two questions, okay? So you guys and Jay wants to questions.
For some of the, like, the line items, is actually some of the current parents cater to specifically like textbooks, foundation prices, housing, things of that nature, are those like new line
They themselves would have funding to support education. They would recommend you to let's say if you're a student in crisis, they have a case manager, but the case manager would tell you ways, for example, how you could be a part of that student or during like pay lessons and all of that, but there's no actual financial support in that can provide in cases.
So Dr. Younger, my question is actually to you, which part of the money that they're requesting, are you saying that has to go financially, all of it, or?
All scholarships.
All scholarships.
Work through financial aid.
So would there,
Money that goes in the hand of the student.
so would their base need to go through, okay,
Need and
so this might be a stretch. But what if they channel this money to the international student representative? It went to SGA might hate this because it's a lot of money, and instead of calling it a scholarship, they called it like an initiative. Because when UCLA Transportation gets FSC money, it goes to SGA and they're able to write our students a check. So what if it went into that channel and just didn't call us, well, they didn't just call us, they just didn't call us, call it like a reward.
it's a possibility. There are lots of ways that you can explore making a $3,000 basic needs funding program happen. There are going to be ways you can explore at creating a $10,000 merit-based scholarship or award program. They may be through SGA, through one of the offices. They may be through some other campus department, but it sounds like there's still more work to be done to determine the right way to do it, what things have to be called, what the criteria are, how to do it in a way that's consistent both with financial aid requirements and with the restrictions on your funds. So that, yes, that is a possibility.
Going back to your first proposal that the dash center, if let's say they do have that pool of money really good, something similar to what happened last year. But who would this money be people who go back or like programming for the dash center?
So the programming that the National Center does is not limited to international students. So if they had, and I don't know if they do or not, if they had $50,000 of unrestricted funds they were planning to use for programming that they were interested instead in using for scholarships, and you wanted to fund $50,000 worth of programming through the Action Center, since their programming is open to all students, that would not be a violation of the restrictions on how you use your funds. So likely going to be able to find some way to do it, but I don't think you, all the eyes are not. I think there's more work to be done to figure out how to do it in a way that is compliant with the restrictions on your funds and consistent with financial.
Thank you, just a point of order, we are going to, I'm going to be cutting off surplus allocations at midnight, so the next three that are gonna go. I'm just gonna cut off the surplus allocations at midnight, and we can go on to the rest of our meeting, so hopefully we'll get done before then, but if not. Yeah.
It would
Yeah.
just be
Okay,
5 minutes.
I just have I'm proposing that we all, have our officer reports updated into the minutes and into the Ruby, so that we have more time to propose. I'm suggesting that. Is everyone okay with that?
Oh, wait, so we're not saying them, we're just typing them?
Typing them into the Ruby.
Yes. I want
That's cool, the issues that we still have. That's cool, the issues that we still have 5 or 6 items after proposals, discussions, contingency, bylaw change. So I still think that we should end surplus allocation by today, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just like trying to.
5 minutes.
Okay, next, I would general property lobbying.
Okay, so, people that don't know what we asked, but their background this school year is involved in certain this policy was created after the international election, to address immigration issues on campus. To school arguments and the issues that they face, and then last quarter, I was in one of the meetings, during that meeting, everyone saw that as the stated that the aqua process of the court is by this quarter. Summer, and the maybe and then as a lot of you know about immigration issues that are close to my heart, and it also is close to the heart of my office, and I'm about to support the families. And I think my office, they have never been in these spaces or never been lobbying in the first place. The people was in my office came to say the comment. And I originally after 2000, but then I studied secret. So they gave me $500, so I'm asking for a total of 2020. Because the prices of everything is went up quite a bit, but I've been taking the call. Yeah. February 22.
Okay. You're the level up.
This is like your opposition.
Yeah.
Beautifully written. We're not voting.
SSC, it's higher for higher.
So hi everyone, we're Try for Hire. I'm co-directing with, I'm Giselle. I'm Gianna, I'm also co-director. And we're under the Financial Supports Commission, and Attire for Hire is a student-initiated project that seeks.
Can everyone hear?
I'm sorry.
I like
I could speak louder.
Okay.
Yeah. So a Time for Hire is a student-initiated project that seeks to provide students in need of professional clothing and shoes through a series of scholarships. And this initiative was initially started by low-income students on campus to address the lack of financial support and access that students have while traversing employment and internship opportunities.
And our goal is to provide students with an opportunity to feel confident to succeed in spaces that have traditionally not been representative of them. And we hope to raise $10,000 to fund around 33 professional clothing scholarships valued at around $300 each. Through the creation of the scholarship, we hope to facilitate a long-term impact on the students' educational and professional endeavors in the future. And through this initiative, we also hope to bring forth a discussion about the financial burdens that deter students from many opportunities.
So we were going to show this video, but I don't.
It's 40 seconds.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and play it.
And my jacket is thrifted, my shirt and pants are from Mervyn's. I believe I'm a lot more than my suit. The suit I wear is the suit I've worn since middle school, and my jacket is thrifted. My shirt and pants are from Mervyn's. I believe I'm a lot more than my suit, and I shouldn't be judged by the fit of my jacket or the style of my shoes. It's really hard to walk into spaces where students expect you to have cosmetics and typewriters and watches and expensive accessories, but all I have is what I've taken with me throughout my entire career. My name is Ty, and I'm ready to be more than my suit.
So this is one of many testimonies. We actually worked on a survey last quarter, and we surveyed the general student body. And one of the questions we had was, have you ever felt like you did not have the necessary funds to buy professional clothing for school or job internship opportunities? And as you can see, approximately 78% said yes. And then if we go on to the next survey question.
Another question asked was, have you ever missed out on a professional opportunity because you didn't have proper attire? And just over 50% also said yes.
And then the following question was, have you ever felt out of place at a professional event because you weren't wearing the proper attire? And approximately 86% of the students said yes.
And these are just a few of the student testimonies that were given when asked for comments. And one of them is, being a first generation college student from a low-income background, I often find myself in a disadvantage. When I talk to my friends, they seem to have the support of their families, but I struggle to explain to them what college is. I know over time my struggles will lead me to my true goals, and it will all be worth it.
And then another one to read it off is, I am a non-traditional and parenting student, which adds to the difficulty with affording professional clothing. As for the out of the place question, because of the need to document all events, I have one professional outfit that is very well documented. So as we can see, there is a need, and students felt very willing to provide these comments as personal testimonies. So over the past quarter, we've been working closely with JCPenney in order to establish a similar, I guess, partnership as the one that the suit up event that was partnered up with Career Center. But ours is a little bit different because we're fundraising $10,000, and JCPenney will provide us with gift cards, and they've been able to secure us a 40% discount for those 33 intended scholarship recipients. But because we are providing them with the 10K in business, they were also very willing to open up a 40% discount for the general body population. And the only thing about that second portion is that the students wouldn't receive transportation, but as long as they go to JCPenney, I believe it's the one in Culver City, within the 7-day period, they're able to access the 40% discount. And we've also partnered up with these other on-campus organizations.
And this is what we're asking for. The Time for Hire Committee will be utilizing GoFundMe as a crowdfunding source for our initiative in order to raise the money. But currently, GoFundMe charges a 2.9 processing fee for every donation transaction and an additional fee of 30 cents per donation. That means if we were able to raise $10,000 from 10K $1 donations, GoFundMe would take a total cut of $3,290. And today we're asking the Usac to fund the type hire $10,000 to offset the cut that GoFundMe will take, and use the remaining money to increase the number of scholarships from 33 to a total of 55.
So that would open up the scholarship to more students on campus. And that-
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't really interact with person. So I don't mind to go funny and swap it out of say have a small percentage. I honestly never started this.
We haven't started it, where GoFundMe seems like the most viable option just because of the remaining recognition that it has, but then also because it's something that ASCCA can help us with in terms of, because it's something that you all have already utilized GoFundMe or something like that. Am I getting that info?
So we've never used GoFundMe before, but we have a WePay account which you can, or yeah, it's called WePay. We can link to the GoFundMe, which makes the processing the money into SGA easier. But to clarify, when this question came up of like what platform do y'all want to use? I did look into other crowdfunding platforms, and they almost all of them charge some kind of processing fee, so that's pretty standard.
This is like the same amount.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, yeah.
That, and this is the most maximized like scenario. If like we were to raise $10,000 from $10,001 donations, because the cut would be lower if, let's say, people were donating $20, you know, because then 30 cents from $20 means that we get to keep, you know, like whatever the subtraction is from that. So this is a more, I'm sorry, so this is a more maximized scenario where we raise everything from $1 donations, which means that GoFundMe would take 30 cents from $1, and then from that, they would charge a $200 processing fee, which means that we would keep 67 cents. But again, that's like the most conservative estimate, just because we don't foresee us raising this money from $1 donations. Yeah.
You didn't like Spark.
So we're not gonna speak on any of this entity. We just felt that GoFundMe afforded us a lot of flexibility, but then it also allowed us the option to apply to surplus funds and combine those, the money, if we were to get money from surplus and also from fundraising, because it would be a little bit difficult to combine surplus funds with money that would go through Spark, because Spark goes to the UCLA Foundation, which is like UCLA, which the university itself has certain stipulations with how we can disperse money that's raised under their name. And it got, it's not like we didn't try to Spark, but we went really far, and it came down to us needing like chancellor approval. And with that, we weren't gonna make the deadline of January 1st for Spark to launch our module in February. So by going with GoFundMe, we're kind of not necessarily bypassing that, but it affords us this flexibility where not only can we decide our timeline per se, but then to also allow us to combine these monies more easily.
And also to add on to that, if we were to use Spark, we would need to go to the financial aid office, which would take away from the students' financial aid. And that's why we're partnering up with JCPenney directly in order to, we would essentially give them the money that we fundraise and disperse the scholarship, quote unquote, into gift cards. So it'd be easier for students to purchase their.
The way, because with our gift cards, if we want to do it through Spark, we would have to make JCPenney a UCLA vendor, amongst other things like getting council approval, and the hurdles just kept coming because of these specific policies that were set in place. And so, you know, while we were very much more than willing to collaborate with Spark, we just ended up doing that in order to like get this up and running by the time that we had. And when we decided to go with different companies, that I didn't connect that money to SGA more directly
One logistical question, and then one thing that's just something that I can clarify is it, and we'll kind of talk about this. When you're framing SGA and ASUCLA as being like supporters of this, I just want to know like the mechanisms by which that can SGA support? I just don't know.
So,
how that works.
Perhaps like the word supporters may or may not be the right word to use in this semantic area, and may or may not be it, but the reason why we use them there is because we have, in a sense, the backing that we know that we can link the GoFundMe account to an SGA account, which is through ASUCLA, which means that there is that channel there for the money to be transferred from the GoFundMe to SGA. But then also further than that, we also check with Long and from SGA where they confirm that they are able to disperse those monies through their mechanisms into hands of students. We may end up calling it not a scholarship, and that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, it provides us that flexibility to at least award students, whether it be a cash advance or a gift card. So they're not going to put their stamp like, oh, this is an SGA sponsored event, but more so it works through those channels.
Okay, and then my second question is for you all, since I talked to Jay about this, is that Jay and I had a lot of discussions about the joinness of our offices, focusing on clothing insecurity on campus, specifically professional attire insecurity. And I just want to make sure, are you all also committed to potentially working with good people and other entities too that exist on campus that deal with clothing insecurity, and just making sure that the goal of this is to help students in whatever way find access to professional attire, whether that be immediate or through a scholarship that is more fitting for their bodies and whatnot. If that's something that you are willing to do, not just like Jay doing that outreach, but also you all within the office.
Because our goal is to facilitate a long-term discussion, we would be very willing to do that. And that's why we were also negotiating with JCPenney to get that 40% discount just for the general population who is not, who won't receive the scholarship. So yeah, we would.
And
just to clarify,
actually, can I look in?
Yes.
So to look at the council as to the conversations that we may have had, or that we did have rather. So one of the things that Robert and I were discussing was that if you look at some of the platforms that IUP is doing and what the long-term goal of FSC is, we're both trying to address insecurity to the inaccessibility with regards to professional clothing. And so what we kind of discussed was that specifically GCGP is going to start, I believe, a suits closet, a professional clothing closet, right? And yes, sure. And so what we discussed was that I see that we interpret that as a resource that students can go when they immediately need something. So I think like you brought up an example yesterday that if someone comes in saying I need a suit for my interview today, that is something that you can provide. But then also you mentioned in our conversations that you can have a flyer at the GCGP location that says if something doesn't fit your body type, there's this resource that FSC is providing that would allow you to have the monetary, support to go find a clothing type that actually suits your specific body type. So with our discussions, we thought that both of our platforms work well because we're addressing different facets of the issue. That for some students, they can find something at a rack that suits their needs, and that's fantastic. The other side of it is that other students may want something that was made for them or that was tailored to them. So yeah, so that's kind of the nature of our conversation.
Yeah, my question, just to clarify, it's not like a trick question or anything. Jason is very communicative beyond this, and I just want to make sure that his office is as well too, just making sure that we're all collaborating together.
Thank you too for staying.
Do you want to talk about the timeline?
Oh yeah, because we are in discussion with JCPenney back and forth. This is a time sensitive funding.
Like when do they want to
So,
So I'm gonna, by this Friday would be ideal, but if we could have it as soon as possible, that'd be better.
If you have something to last week, like next Tuesday, would that be possible?
Not necessarily, no.
No, I would say, like, not necessarily, but they are in contact with the regional director for JCPenney, and they've already taken time, like, out of their schedule to schedule a meeting this Friday. Just because it's like, we're not, essentially, when we're starting a business deal essentially with a big corporation, it's obviously always better to say we have pieces in that shows them, you know, we're also, like, we have this much, that shows that we're committed to raising the remainder of that money and going even beyond that. So when striking that business deal, it's definitely, like, you just, frankly, you want to be more confidently saying, we have this much, we're gonna go that much farther, versus like saying, oh, we're gonna start from scratch. So, in that sense, it kind of is time sensitive just because this is a call that has been scheduled with the regional director for JCPenney that Giselle and Gianna have been, like, you know, trying to get for so long. So
So they're gonna provide us with, we're gonna give them the money to transform the quote unquote scholarships into gift cards. And then the 33 intended scholarship recipients would get an additional 40%. And then we would find funding to transport the students first during a specific day. I believe it's April 19th to the local JCPenney here in Culver City. And then the second part of the deal is that there's going to be a 40% discount for the overall student population. And the students would unfortunately have to provide their own transportation, but as long as they go within that 7-day period, they're able to access the 40% discount as long as they mention that they are coming on behalf of the Tire for Hire to one of the managers on duty.
And the reason why it's like, just lastly, like, the reason why this is also like kind of sensitive is just because, you know, JCPenney will only for so long to have that offer on the table, that not that they'll be extending 40% discount to everyone. So it is kind of sensitive because we've been in communication with them since before, which we're grateful trying to get them. We've gotten them this far. We don't want to say come off as any way, you know, like flaky, because like they are a corporation, like no one's tying them to, you know, partner with us. And again, this is work that they've been doing for so long. We can't say that we necessarily have the support of other places on campus to get us at the bargaining table with JCPenney as much as we would like. So I just wouldn't want to see all the work that both Giselle and Angela have put in, you know, be in jeopardy because we come off as flaky to JCPenney. And that is not to put any pressure per se on you all, but also just the reality of things that, like, you know, they're not, it's not just also the regional director, they're also contacting other like executives to kind of loop them in and make sure that this is actually something that has intentionality behind it.
Also, I would love to know how we can really on. So thank you. So we have 30 minutes left of surplus, there's 2 remaining, so let's please start down 15, please. The next one is FSC transportation scholarship.
I will supervise. So basically, UCLA Transportation has pledged, has provided us a more or less permanent supply of funds for $1,000 each year to go to transportation scholarships. Historically, the way that FSC has operated these is that we provided in the past 10 scholarships valued at $100 each to offset the cost of really intentioned part of the scholarships. One of the things that we've seen that, you know, could be improved upon that is that we match those funds or provide some additional funding, not only to subsidize the cost of parking permits, but also bus passes. And so currently this year FSC did a budget transfer of $700 from our operational funds to increase the number of transportation scholarships to that we're able to provide students. So we're keeping those initial 10 scholarships that have money from UCLA Transportation to fund parking permits, but we're also increasing the scholarship amount to include those bus passes. What we're asking the Usac is for you all to commit to at least pledging or matching those funds that UCLA Transportation gives us for the next 5 years, which is why we're asking for $5,000 that will be spread out over a time period of 5 years to go towards future FSC transportation scholarship initiatives. And yeah, we're still in the development of whether or not we want to stipulate and put further restrictions where future commissioners know that the money that is coming from Usac surplus to match those funds is specifically to go to bus passes, since the money that UCLA transportation gives us is already going to subsidize another part of the students' needs, which is parking permits.
So starting to set up the bus passes for like the next 5 years.
Yes.
Have you considered the fact that the subway might be coming in this 5? I know that's the next 5 years. Yeah, so I don't know. Like,
I think that we all, yes, so if we did a budget transfer, it would stay in our account. Obviously, yeah.
There's a mechanism that you can use to keep this like prior year and every time we roll over every year.
But based on that, then we like, because what we were saying is debating whether or not to just put it that council is matching $1,000 each year, and if the matching does come, they could, move like, unless it's in the bylaws specifically for the bus passes, essentially all that the future commission will know is these funds from council are going to fund public transportation for future students. Yeah.
So I see the need why financial support commission would be the one to help with like finances, and use the intersections of parking and all that can be expensive for a lot of students. My question is more so, is there a game plan that you have potentially of like collaboration with other Usac offices that might like have parking as a primary thing under their establishments? I know that like your office obviously is one of multiple offices with the facilities commission, transfer student representative, they both also handle parking issues as kind of like a broad structure. Is there any ideas that you have maybe about like collaborating with those offices and in particular with these sort of things, like is there a reason why other offices might not be involved with this in particular?
Certainly, the major reason is because transportation funnels this money to FSC specifically. So yeah, so that is the reason. It's not like we're opposed to it. It's more just so the acknowledgement that transportation of all the other Usac offices decides to funnel this money to FSC, and that is honoring also the work that other commissioners have put forward to initiate conversations with UCLA transportation to secure these funds. So yeah, so it's all.
Yeah, like just my concern is like in the past and not like distant past, I think that there was responsibilities that had shifted at some point that might not have been reflected in the bylaws. So like my concern is either we should change the bylaws to be more direct on this matter or to collaborate more directly, because like one of the top, for example, my bylaws, one of the top things in my bylaws is the internal vice president shall be the council representative along with the transfer student representative and the facilities commissioner to UCLA transportation services on issues that affect undergraduate parking and transportation.
I understand
and like we've made efforts to reach out to them, but no avail. So my concern is I'm fine with you leading this charge. The issue is I think the bylaws need to be changed, and if that's the case, to make it more direct to include FSC in that.
Sure. Yes. That might be something, but again, we're not opposed to working with other Usac offices. It's just that if we're honoring the history, in spite of the bylaws being there, that other offices also should be addressing these things. It was FSC commissioners who made the effort to reach out to transportation and hone that relationship to the degree that it is today, so that UCLA transportation, again, of all the offices, funnels this money specifically to FSC. So maybe that shows a lapse that with, the bylaws, we should reshape them to perhaps grant other offices that weren't created at the time, where some USAC offices might have certain things in their bylaws, since with the creation of new commissions and stuff throughout the years, right? Like maybe we should also reevaluate the responsibility that these new commissions that at the time didn't exist, might have now in, as you said, quote unquote, leading this charge, or not leading this charge, because again, we're not opposed to collaboration with anyone, but it really is just how the situation is today that, again, UCLA transportation chooses to funnel this money to FSC's account.
My concern is not that, I just believe, my concern is not that you are being discharged or not, it's that it's being convicted with other offices that have been attempting to get into the roads with UCLA transportation services. Like, my concern is not that you are doing this, it's that, like, I just think if you could communicate it with my office, potentially, that would be good, just so we can actually reach out to UCLA transportation with, like, knowing what's going on in general, since we are, like, at least my office is supposed to be the advocate that goes to UCLA transportation services, but I have trouble doing so, so.
If you do this review offline, please. Okay, back to me and then we're gonna go on.
Okay, that's what we do. We're gonna have that.
Yeah, I asked me.
Just quickly, clarification, are you proposing sending $5,000 to transportation services?
No.
If the money's staying with Usac,
Yes.
you can't do more than 1 year's worth because it will just be back in surplus next year. So you cannot commit for the next 4 years unless the plan is to send the money to transportation, they hold it, and they send it back $1,000.
So USAC can't, like through a budget transfer, we can't do that?
But isn't that the way the Sarby and Michael's forward works?
So that's what
But surplus money goes to that too. Yeah, we had restricted surplus that goes there that can stays on a balance sheet account and gets removed a little piece from the balance sheet onto like our income statement, which is the budget report you see.
The things that are in restricted surplus are specifically there every year. You don't get to choose to designate something that way. So you don't how the budget is built. Yeah, but what you do with surplus really should be for this year only, unless you're giving it to another entity that you're authorizing to use it across multiple years.
We could do that. I mean, the relationship is there with both folks in the DMC's office and also transportation. And in both those places, we've been receiving money from them this year so graciously. So if that's like something that we have to work out, I'm sure like they can take care of it.
Okay, so maybe with this one is kind of good, it sounds like kind of looking over the more logistics and work out. Great. All right, last but not least, here's the office verification, correct?
Yeah, I don't think this one should take too long. Yeah, so, I'm asking for $6,000, it's mainly to be reallocating the transition direct's office to be transferred to Kirkhoff 314, which is currently the printing room, and to combine it with the international student reps office, and my reasons I've written, so you can read it if you want to. But mainly it's the French student population growing on campus, we're the number one program or number one destination for transfer, so the need for space is only going to increase. You're not gonna. I'm gonna.
Can you share it?
I sent it.
Do you want to do contingency for you guys?
Oh, sure.
All right. Ryan, take it away.
So, this week, there were 12 applications, none of which were any Usac entities. The total requested was $16,938.28. The total requested was $10,478.92. And the total recommendation was $5,580. 5580.
I should write, is there a motion to approve the contingency appropriation? Beautiful, is there a second? George? All right, go roll call, beginning with item E.
Yes.
E. Oh, sorry, Jennifer 1, 02, 3, AC, DC,
Yes.
CSC, yes. Yeah. Staff, FSC, SAC,
Yes.
TSR.
Yes.
Great, by the 12-0, motion passes, contingency appropriation is approved. That goes to SFS as well, if that's okay with you. Yeah, I'll take it there.
Oh, okay, well, you're doing that. Just a reminder, capital contingency is open, so you can start your office. Wow. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Alright, so the net student non-CSC group applied, and the total request was 1,560, and total allocated is 1,500.
Any questions about me? Is there any opposition to the SFS allocations for the week? No, great, that passes by consent. All right, looks like we have a proposal now, so Jessica, take it away.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so I'm asking for 6,000, mainly to, I figured with, just I love sharing space with all the general representatives, but I just think with all the communities that we represent, the physical, size of the space is getting pretty tight. On top of that, the furniture hasn't been updated in some time, so I would have to purchase new furniture as well, and be our national student representative, and because our positions are a little bit more similar than the general representative positions, where we have designated communities we're supposed to represent, and because I'm hoping to help Aisha with the bylaws of the international student representative, I think it would make sense to group these two offices together. Her call 317 is currently the printing room, but I did talk to Jessica and Roy, and to maintain I believe to maintain the printing room is about the same price it would be to renovate the office, to maintain the office itself. So, and then we're also doing room custom print, I believe. So I know we're not eliminating printing, we're just redoing the way we do printing. And then, yeah, so mainly the construction is going to be, I went to Roy, I went to Jessica, they did a rough estimate with Wade Line maintenance. And so I know and it was only in a meeting, so the rough estimate on the lower end was 3,000. I talked to Jessica, definitely encourage you to apply for more. I'm requesting the 6,000 because just looking at the space itself and what I addressed with Roy was very much the basic minimum, just because I really wanted to get the space started. And so when I revisited the space today, I noticed that there are certain things that we also need to consider, like the AC, white flooring, and then as well as I don't really know what we're going to do with the Wi-Fi situation, so I wanted to do a 6,000 cushion just in case. And also, if capital contingency is awarded to the office, or I know the international student rep can't even apply for it until they're in. They've actually installed, and just from my experiences, I don't want the international student representative to come in and essentially be doing a lot of the foundational work to be an officer. So I'm hoping, also talking to Roy, he said it would be a good year because every 2 years we choose to reallocate space. So if we don't do this, I can only imagine that this will be a further issue. So Yeah, I'm requesting 6,000. I could go a little bit more into it, but there's only about 10 minutes left. Anything else to say? Yeah, I think that's it.
Questions? Is this time sensitive, you said?
Yes, please. I would like to sit in an office before election. Please.
It's because like I don't have to reorganize, like I'm really gonna need a space, I'm not gonna reorganize.
Yeah.
I don't think we really have any questions about this. Okay, so I want everyone to stay excited to consider whether or not they feel like their obligations are time sensitive enough. If you do decide that they already are taking away potential opportunities from council members that might be presenting next week, from other council members that have graciously agreed to defer till next week, so just keep that in mind. Again, I understand that some of these things are indeed time sensitive, and so I do want to make exceptions, but I want voting tonight to be the exception rather than the rule. Possible. Okay, so we're gonna ask for individual motions for each one, so any council member can propose a motion to vote on one of these allocations. Correct.
Should they be motion?
I think they can motion, I think that's fine, just don't vote. Yeah, right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so Jessica?
Can I motion, I don't think can I motion to approve the general?
Yeah. $2,620.
$2,620.
Great, is there a second? Great, Zero. So we will move to vote roll call. Okay, so this is just the general three proposal. Vote roll call beginning with IEP.
Yes.
General one, general two, yes, general three. AC, yes. Ready, CC, yes. CIC, yes. CAP, yes. DAC, yes. FSC, yes. SBC,
Yes.
TSR, yes. Great, by a vote of 11 to 0 to 1. The motion passes.
We got one. We got one.
Great, okay. Is there a second? A second. Bella? All right, vote for roll call beginning with IEP.
Yes.
General one, yes. General two, general three, AC, CC,
Yeah.
CSC,
Yes.
CAP, DAC, FSC,
Yes.
SBC,
Yes.
CSR.
Yes.
You should stay.
Abstain.
Sorry. All right, great, by a vote of 11 to 0 1, the motion is.
Wait, can you say these things loud and we'll feel like everyone trying to leave, but also you just go to.
Yeah. So that was the TSR allocation of $6,000.
That's you.
Okay. Indira.
Alright, I want to motion $7,700 to the vacuum summit.
I want it. Okay. I don't think anyone needs to stay on this one. Okay, vote roll call beginning with IEP.
Yes.
Okay, General one. General two. Yes. General three. AC.
Yes.
DC.
Yes.
CSC.
Yes.
CAP.
Yeah.
DAC.
Yes.
FSC.
Yes.
SBC.
Yes.
TSR.
Yes.
Great. I voted this is 0. By the 12 0 the motion passes for the value of $7,737 to the vacuum coalition is approved. Edward, did you make a motion and Edward is? Aisha. that's the GCGB, the read links, that's for like the bins and the storage unit and supplies. Cool, second?
I have a question.
Sure.
So we say no now, is this gone forever, or can like, so here's my thing. I don't want to approve a bunch of Usac projects before this is like publicized to the rest of the campus. So like, I might vote yes on this if it comes after the rest of the campus knows about this money, but I'm not, transparency, I'm not gonna vote yes now. Like, if this fails, is he allowed to bring it back up after?
You know, so someone else proposed a different allocation amount.
Yeah.
Well, I would,
Well, this one particularly is, yeah.
if there's concern, we also alternatively can motion whether or not you just want to take the vote tonight. And see if that passes. If that doesn't pass, then you can take the same exact $6,000 vote. Next week, if this doesn't pass though, I don't really think we can take it.
What's the difference between the inclusive people allocation and like the other allocation in terms of students? I feel like the conference was more urgent and also more detailed and also more intersectional. I mean, this is just me from the community that I'm supposed to represent, right?
If I can,
Yeah.
the reason it's urgent is not because of like the bids, for example, it's because of our professional part that we ran out of. So, go ahead. Yeah, the whole point of Jay and I are like, I guess collaborating is the word.
So then would this be one proposal or two proposals?
These are separate proposals. So Jay and I are doing are working with entirely different needs. So Jay is addressing an issue of people who do not need the coding immediately and right away because they can apply to a scholarship for a course that might fit their body better or something that they want to choose. This allocation is for like professional hire that's on an immediate basis. And like just for context, almost half the people who come to our center seek professional hire that we're out of already. Also for context, we offer dozens of suits that were on rental, and those are already gone on
I'm
rental.
not arguing the effectiveness, I'm arguing the urgency.
The issue is I can't wait a week because I'm not going to be here to advocate for it, and I'm extremely uncomfortable with council like, considering good close to people and privately without me being here. And then the next week, I do think that's too late, especially since that's already by midterms. And then we just wasted 3 weeks at that point to get money in that could be used to buy suits for students who need those suits.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and it seems like we personally see more of the immediacy as I see it coinciding with Pride Week. Because I know I understand that you're providing professional attire.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said that I'm somewhat in agreement with both of you in that I understand the immediacy in its regard to how it coincides with Pride Week, because I understand that through the proposal that you would be providing clothes during Pride Week. But in general, if it's just like, if it's for that purpose, I see it. If not, I am the same mentality right now as Serena, that I don't see this as a time pressing issue. I understand that you're saying it's a little bit, it could be considered a waste of time to wait for you, because that's the best thing to make, we want to make sure that we actually experience this entire case doesn't have a timeline pressing. Like, it does a timeline that if you don't get it somebody else a day, it's not happening.
I mean, things can't happen in the sense that we will not be, we already cannot offer suits at this time because we're out of them.
You know, I understand that.
And among other things, like our hygiene products that we offer. So like my point is that this is our operational expenses that like we're talking about right now for close to people. It's not like just some like extra expense that's there. Like this expense is what buys the things that we don't get that are redistributed or donated. So like the center will not close because we have a ton of extra like casual clothing. A lot of the things that we purchase in the center that are used on a very consistent basis, blue books, Scantrons, professional time, that comes from this fund. And like we do not have surplus until we get this fund. So like that's why I'm not proposing we do not good close to people stipend today. It's the operational fund that we need from last year that like just once again for context was already approved last year.
What I'm going to propose is that we take, if someone make, I should withdraw her motion. Someone make a motion to just take this vote, and we see what happens. Yeah.
But you explained that loss, you go out, like, those people's pocket, give them, so they have to spend 2,000. What is the guarantee, and this is not to be like brash, what is the guarantee that they'll be able to spend this 6,000? I know that you mentioned the bins, but like, what happens? So like, in the hypothetical case, you are unable to spend the 6,000, do you, like, does DCGP come again next year and ask for the rest of the thing that they were owed?
No, so the reason that money wasn't spent last year was because we didn't have a center closed in yet. We didn't have a center to update the space with yet when we got that money. So we got the money preemptively. So we had to wait until like actually the last week to actually start putting things into the space. Most of the stuff is housed in my office. Now that we have a center available, we're able to spend all, and we have like 3 very detailed budgets that we can spend this money for that add up to actually more than $6,000 that we're also relying on TGIF for. So like, I want to be clear that like, this money is going to be spent and our center will be partially operational if we don't get that money. And like, just to be blunt, and I think that I'm not going to be here next week.
No,
if we get it before, the money's going to be available week 5. Requisitions, all of that, we're not going to have those things like suits until week 6 or week 7. And half of, like I said, half the people who come to our center are looking for professional hire.
Joe?
2 seconds. Just because my proposal is also brought into the discussion right now, I just want to say that FSC and IDP are working together as much as they need to be. And by that I mean is that it's not like we're sponsoring the same thing, but also we're addressing different sides of the same issue. And so, for example, some students need very much benefit from going to a center and being okay with the clothes that we provide because it fits them, right? There are other students who may need something more tailored, who may, want something that is newer just because maybe they've never had something that was new. And so that is what FSC's proposal is for, to address those issues that just about being frank. If I go to, Goodwill, most oftentimes like the clothes don't fit me because they were made for me and also like my body's different. So that's how our proposal is similar, but also how they diverge, because we're addressing something different, but also related.
Priority list of I'm only asking for 5 weeks in this semester. I'm not asking, the only things I'm asking is this in 5 weeks. Not on my office personal list, like a lot of, okay, so 5 weeks. Like, are you saying which urgency? Okay. I mean, I prioritize paying my office, I prioritize other things too, but as far as urgency goes, like, I can't answer which ones I care.
Do I do
I think the things that can be worked with the most, as far as financing, is the commuter lounge and then obviously paying the office staff. That's what, like, yes, when it's urgency, it's decent property. Once again. And I think these 2 things are the things that we need to be paid more in full than other things. Other things we can work with probably partial funding.
Okay, so I should withdraw her motion. Thank you. I'm asking somebody to put out a motion just to take a vote on these funding applications. Okay, is there a second? Okay, so Bella motion, I should second to take a vote on the 6,000 application. resolution. So if you're voting yes, you do want to vote, this is what you're gonna vote yes, you want to vote. If you vote no, you just don't want to vote on it this week, you can vote next week. Okay? That clear?
We can keep voting no until non-Usac associated organizations get access.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, IUP,
Abstain.
General 1, General 2, General 3, AC, CDC, sorry, CSC, CAD,
No.
DAC, FSC,
Yes.
SBC,
Yes.
CSR.
Yes.
Great, so I have, sorry. 10 to 1 to 1, the motion does pass, so we will need to take a vote. So I should like to remake the motion.
Wait, hold on. We're discussing bathroom stuff here right now, and we, just like, can we put a pause on that so we can, people need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So let's just wait and then get out the bathroom, because we're not hearing anything.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out next one.
We can. Okay, we're trying.
No, it's not you.
Just everyone's.
Right.
Yeah, this needs to be moved. I mean, this is. Okay, so are we voting on this, yes?
Did people motion yet?
I should make a motion, is there a second? That's the guy.
To vote
$6,000 if voted for those of the people. According to the Congress proposal.
You voted on whether or not you vote this week or next.
Yes, so now we're voting on it right now, $6,000, yes or no?
Okay.
Okay? I repeat.
Abstain.
General 1. General 2. General 3. AC. CC.
Yes.
CSC.
My last one list. Are there other things we need to say again? You can go last, yeah, okay, great.
That. FSC.
Yes.
SBC.
Yes.
CSR.
Yes.
CAP.
No.
All right, by a vote of 10 to 1 to 1, motion passes, and the $6,000 in funding to Real Good People is approved. Okay. Any other motions?
Oh, cool.
Or surplus?
Wait, can you do a song what we already allocated?
Yes, so we already allocated $6,000 to Real Good People, $7.7 thousand to the Undocumented Coalition Conference, and $2.6 thousand to General 3 for their DC trip, and $6,000 for TSO. So it all amounts to.
22,357.
How
How much do you have left? Of what? That's the total we got. 357. So $252,643 left.
I believe the only two ones left that said they were time sensitive were Jay's hire for hire and Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Bella?
We should allocate $8,000 to surplus to IDP spending.
Okay.
Wait, can you repeat that, sorry?
Sorry.
So they said that they would probably not pay for ANC, so they won't pay for it. So if we get a little bit of we know the pay for it. So that's what ANC.
Yeah, so what they were saying was that if they use, like you said, the full 8,000, then AAC would keep it.
ANC would not. Technically, ANC wants to give money out, who am I to say?
Honestly, if it don't work,
George?
I'm kind of torn because I think QA and 5-week, just like the organizations that they're putting on in general, has access to other sorts of funding bodies that And I personally want to give them one more chance to apply to the SWC programming fund. And I mean, if you're offering to help out for AAC, yeah, we've already established that we want to help out. So I think that by saving the 2,000 or whatever, 3,000 for other surplus money that we can provide other Usac.
So how do you feel then about somebody can make a motion for $5,000?
I'd like to make a motion for 5,000.
Okay, so Bell already made a motion for 8,000, we withdraw it. Or do we?
We can vote as a question, why are we doing 5,000 instead of?
Because
you
it's
But the point of the matter is, there are three organizations who represent Usac offices, and they have to assign a single plan.
Yeah.
That's
They need to
all
apply,
I would do is sign a grant and have Ryan sign it and it's there. It's easy.
they need to apply within 2 weeks, basically within 2 weeks of their, organization start. So like, within 2 weeks of applying, and then we can allocate the funds. If they're in the student health network, they can get up to $2,000.
Like, the point of the matter is, like, I don't blame them, or I don't even fault them, honestly, I do, or they're utilizing the resources they're supposed to gain. I just like us as like leaders should use our discretion. We have, like, since the beginning of this entire night, I talked about, are we even considering being an student organization? And the only thing the council members I pushed was us talking about USAC directives, and then, oh, what happened last year was unprecedented. So I feel like if we're already offering our this $8,000 is a big ass allocation. So, and I mean, like, and maybe it's because that's but like $8,000 for programs that do like week long, and not even week long events as well, who already applies to ECAT, campus side, like all this stuff, energy support. I'm not saying I don't support them, because $2,000 is a lot of money to save out of the parking office. But I'm just saying that we have to be mindful. Like, yes, they're working with our offices, but none of us said this is something that was part of our platforms. $8,000 is a big thing for a student organization that's getting kind of like, and I'll be open, like, this was an organization I openly support.
Can I just read?
I think it's yucky that we are keeping this money like so close to USAC. Like it's literally your proximity to a USAC representative determines how quickly you get your money and how easily. When all of these other student organizations that don't have a direct tie to USAC have to go through all of these different funding bodies. They don't even know this exists right now. We haven't publicized this. We're giving money to our own offices before telling student organizations that it exists. So I don't feel comfortable keeping this money in the circle of people who already have access to use that money.
Because that's what I'm saying, like, it's not about whether or not they're doing the right thing. I feel like they have the right to advocate this, but that's the thing, we represent all students, and we have to be very mindful of that reality. Like, all the other initiatives that we have, like, for instance, the About to Sign, that was something that the University of, like, the University of California President office was supposed to run, but they failed to do it. Like, the community, like, thing, that's gonna be, that is a student organization that doesn't have that opportunity. And I love that, like, I've seen the work that she does, like, that's my role, but we have to have someone, like, we talk all this shit about integrity, but then we don't, like, and I'm not saying it's integral, not integral, like, talk to that, but we have to be honest and like that, that's a big allocation, so we have to apply. Not someone, or who that hasn't applied, and all we have, people who are ready to act. Period.
I think it's fine that we are making USAC first priority because we are allocating this money for resources that we give to students. And then afterwards, we can think of maybe giving money to contingency, right? And other funding lines. I think it's totally fine that we, because like, I'm not proposing that we stick money like closer to USAC. I'm not like trying to make it yucky in that way. I'm saying that they have like an ability to all these funding bodies that other groups don't have. Basically like SWC and AAC. Like I'm saying they should use those, and then the other money that we do not allocate to USAC, we can also put in contingency for other non-USAC entities, is what I'm saying.
We did already allocate $150,000 to contingency.
Oh, sorry, what?
We did already allocate $150,000 of our surplus to contingency, that's student
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 people December.
We can all.
We can vote.
So it went from 10 to 10.
Yes. So I think we should be a little bit more, focused on Usac at this point.
Robert and I didn't really need to be your motion or not. Yeah.
Did you already vote? Did somebody motion? I'm gonna motion for 5,000 to,
It's a very much the motion.
It's not-
Yes,
it's not the motion.
you
are amending a motion that's been made.
Okay.
I'm amending the motion for to give $8,000 to IDP for Pride Week to $5,000 to IDP for Pride Week.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're running on $5,000 allocation to IVP to disseminate the vehicle lines and Pride Week,
Yes.
okay? $5,000.
Okay, is there one more question? Sorry. I will go.
The motion already has a second, so you should, I'm sorry.
Okay, there's no way to easily give that money, actually, never mind, I'm just question.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so IVPs.
Abstain.
General one, general two, general three, AC, CC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
CAG. Sorry.
Yeah.
Staff, FSC,
Yes.
S3C,
Yes.
TSR.
Yes.
We have 11 to 0 to 1, motion passes $5,000 to Okay, so the last one was spent on the FSC's tire hire, Jessica.
I motion to approve the entire FSC entire surplus application. And that's
Is there a second? Sorry, that's Julia. You. Okay. We will move into a vote roll call again for IB. Jennifer one? Yes. Jennifer two? Yes. Jennifer three? AC? Yes. CC?
Yes.
CSC? Yes. CAP? Yes. Staff? Yes. FSC?
Abstain.
SAC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
Great, I vote 11 to 0 to 1, motion passes, and $5,000 moving through. Yeah. Yeah, we can do it later, no worries.
Right now, the surplus remaining is $237,885.02.
Great.
I'll send this out to
Okay, so we already did contingency, we're gonna come back to the remaining SFS. Reminder to everyone, just copy the picture officer, number reports the minutes, you have it imported, and put it, send it to your meeting, or so you have to do the page, just let me know. Okay, so next is the bylaw change, that was sent out by Jay Rowe.
Sorry, I just have like a question to ask before we move on. Are you all okay with me sending this information out to SGA tomorrow so they can start putting money in accounts?
Yes.
So, for the clear line, that's gonna be IBT's account number?
Yeah, it'll be, well, that's what I was gonna ask, is it, can it go directly to your line is off of? I know the motion, but
I don't know, do they have
yeah.
oh, they do have an account?
There's-
Oh, okay, yeah, so we can, okay, yeah, okay.
Is that okay with the motion sent to the ID?
That's fine. Yeah, so that's why I just held.
Yeah, right.
That's why I stuck with that.
So I think it has to go.
That's fine, that's fine.
So you wanted to send something
I- Okay. Come back. All right. Bylaw change, Jay.
Great. I'm so sorry that I'm not doing this, but because of the time I got service passed, so I'm so sorry. So it actually, once Jessica pulls up, we can see, but basically, and also CRC members chime in. We wanted to address the bylaw language that is currently there that defines conflict of interest. And so we focus specifically on Article 1, Section B, which is where that definition lies. What we have come up with is, the skeleton is there, but definitely we have added some things. I can go ahead and read it. So the new proposed definition of conflict would be: no association member, elected or appointed or pending appointment, shall directly or indirectly receive improper benefits as defined below as a result of his or her position. Officers or appointed members must avoid even the perception of conflict of interest that is so great that it would create mistrust of the democratic institutions and processes. Within these parameters, no association member, elected or appointed or pending appointment, may have unauthorized financial, familial, organizational, or political interest or obligation which might cause divided loyalty or even the appearance of divided loyalty to the position which they serve or potentially will serve. Notwithstanding, conflicts of interest shall not be defined based on religious, age, racial, ethnic, national origin, citizenship, sexual orientation, ability, or gender identities. In the event of a conflict of interest, the member shall fully disclose to the council all relevant material and non-material terms of such activity, and the member shall refrain from any vote in which such issues are involved. Should any officer or appointed member willfully engage in any activity determined to be conflict of interest, all such cases shall be governed by the definitions, standards, and procedures of the USA Constitution and subsequent bylaws. And so anything that is bolded is language that was added. Anything that was struck is language that we want to remove, for lack of a better word. CRC members, if you can also chime in with the forethought and vision that we have around this language.
All I would say is that like the biggest thing that I think that we did that I thought was really good was that our burden for the perception of conflict of interest we added, which is that it's so great that it would create mistrust of the private processes. So that would be the burden of like in the and correct me if I'm wrong, the rest of CRC, but like the burden basically that we would establish for council is determining if the perceived conflict of interest or the actual conflict of interest is so great that it does that, then it meets that burden. So that was our intention there. That's all I was at.
So in the last line it says, the definition, standards, and procedures of the USA Constitution or subsequent bylaws. So it's it would be to the discretion of the committee. One thing that I will say that we wanted to add with intentionality is the pending appointment language as well, because we believe that the council, the incoming council, this one and future ones, should also have the same ability to hold people who might be pending appointments to the same standard that people who currently serve at an elected position or an appointed position. Dr. Bell.
I appreciate what you're trying to do there. We don't actually have the authority to legislate the behavior of someone before they're appointed. But I might suggest that you add a second paragraph and remove that and indicate that anyone who has any of the types of conflicts described above may not be appointed.
Okay.
So that you're not governing their behavior when they're not an appointment, but you're making it clear that they won't be appointed if they have those conflicts.
I agree. I think that's something that we can do. Can we figure out that language and develop it right now? Because I was not going to table this for another week. I think that with appointments that council still has to develop has to put a multitude of appointments that come from different variety of offices. I think that it's better to develop this procedure in a way that is standard for the appointments that are still remaining.
Yeah, as ARC chair, like I would reiterate that on behalf of ARC, unless ARC disagrees.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think it's important. I'm just wondering, I'm gonna be honest, like my ability to really assess
Honestly, I can barely see the words on the screen at this point. So is there like a solution that we have that, I don't know, like if there's a solution?
We just need a sentence. If you could just remove the or pending appointment, the places where it appears there, add a second paragraph where you could say, no student shall be appointed to any position if they have a conflict as described in paragraph above.
The student shall, I kind of like the student may not. I don't know if I think no student shall is a little too strong because there may be exceptions that might want to be made. I'm not saying this year, but I'm saying for the future. I like the way you originally phrased it, where you said a student possessing any aforementioned conflicts of interest may not be appointed to a Usac capacity or something. I just think no shall is a little too strong. Any of the aforementioned or maybe aforementioned is fine. Criteria for conflict of interest or just conflicts of interest may not be appointed to a Usac affiliated capacity.
Could we add that? Yeah, could we add that, like, have it just, like, is that at the discretion of the?
Yeah, at the discretion of the council, great.
Okay, see, like, when we're talking about, like, the people who are in the Constitution, those people are all gathered in the special to the extent. So I'm that's something I'm living, when we're talking about who's going to conflict of interest, is it under the Constitution only, or is it in the entire Constitution?
So, this just applies to every single appointment we make, right? Including the ones who made this.
Yeah, and all of us as well.
Okay, so what would, like, for instance, what kind of appointments are you really trying to protect ourselves from?
We're talking about, like, so they may not have an unauthorized financial, familiar, organizational, political, interest, obligation to try and cause a liability or an appearance of a liability to a position which they serve, potentially will serve. So, like, they will use that.
So this is everything else, CSBA, you would apply there.
One of those, like, for instance, the appointments that we have are beyond just renting, like, appointments that we have are like on access to the so I'm like, I just want, like, or even like, for instance, like, legislature is doing, what are we really trying to address?
I think, I don't think, so here's where, like, two different things. If we're appointing someone to like an advocacy position and we're like, oh, we think that you're gonna help like this marginalized group that you identify with, like, no, that's not what we're trying to say. We're trying to say like that an individual who is appointed in this position will not serve the students in like a diligent and a democratic way because of their prior ties before receiving their appointment, to the degree that the students lose trust in the institution, that things are not being conducted in a democratic fashion.
How is ties on majoring or appointment, like, we're talking about private ties, what are some of these ties come about during your appointment, just, I mean, like, I don't like, I can't really see what now, but I don't know if it's necessarily, this is that.
I think the language does reflect that. I think the language that we added reflects us looking at someone and being like, okay, what's the criteria? Is it met? And the language that was already originally there, elected or appointed, like past tense, they're already in the position, and USAC is evaluating their conflict of interest for like potential removal.
Oh, I was just going to reiterate the same thing, and then just reiterate that, like, once again, the burden is always the same, that it is so great to create distrust in democratic institutions and processes. So you can have a maybe even positive conflict of interest that wouldn't apply here because it doesn't create a distrust in democratic institutions and processes.
One more
Because the population outright in democratic institutions just makes it a popular, I mean, I feel it's good. Like, that makes it popular. It's very institutionalized in democracy, it's all mandated to become more equal rights, like, most people do not want that. So my question then becomes then, like, how do you want to administer in turn and you know what is the discussion on the right? So once the council then decides that it is, are we going to issue a statement, are we going to put that in our house, are we going to justify why we proceed as a session? Like, is it necessary all the time back like that?
We have the line that says, after the member has fully disclosed to the council all relevant material and non-material terms. So we're not gonna be making judgments just off of like a gut feeling or like, this is my inkling, but like, in the beginning, these, like, all necessary material and non-material terms should be divulged, and if council has, like, a distrust of the democratic institution, those, like, further evidence will be, like, requested and, like, a hearing of sorts, yeah.
My question is like, how would it, like, please say tell us that, like, there seems to be this conflict of interest, like, are we going on a report basis, and then, like, what constantly watching the plan is, like, this might be a dumb question, but, like, this is power.
I think that's where you and ARC and Aisha and everyone can join in. ARC, I foresee having an integral role in this because they are the ones that directly interview the appointments and.
And just adding on to Jason, I think it's easy to assess because having like multiple sorry. Having another performance is like the start of like whenever we got here. It's sometimes very clearly like once you see a specific individual like inclinations, how they found out about a specific position, how they've been connected to the person who points these like like a lot of times like it's not a gut feeling essentially, there's like actual evidence with the application processes and how oftentimes there are trends with like let's say how 4 people are being appointed and 4 like there's some level of commonality between like a relationship between those people. I think it's hard to like write that down or like say it out, but like once you're doing that process, it's very clear to see sometimes how there could be like an appearance or a presence of like a bias or a conflict.
Okay, so that, like the issue here is like still a succession thing. Like it's very dangerous. Yeah. It can go places that you didn't intend to go real quickly.
Can I respond to that? So we had a meeting, Dr. Geller, myself, Jay, Claire was with where we talked about this issue of perception.
With legal counsel.
With legal counsel, sorry, thank you for that. And please like chime in if like I'm misinterpreting what was said at that meeting, but perception is important. Perception isn't inherently negative always. In fact, like oftentimes it's not negative, but you can establish burdens by which it would be negative. And I think like that's, and maybe we didn't do it successfully, I think we did, but what we were trying to do with this change was not just say any perception of conflict of interest is bad because it's not, and especially not on the basis of like identity. What we were trying to say is that perception of interest, when it creates a distrust of democratic institutions and processes, is when it is a call to go through Usac bylaws and procedures. That's like the key word.
To give a little more context, what council was suggesting is that anyone who is representing student government, whether a council member or an appointee, should strive to avoid the perception of conflict. But the perception of conflict is not grounds for finding someone in violation. That's a value statement. You strive to avoid the perception, but you can take disciplinary action when there is an actual conflict that reaches the level that you've written into this proposal. I'm with you of not personally liking the idea of having perception in the definition, but council was comfortable with that idea that one should strive to avoid conflict. Because if you're doing everything you can to not appear conflicted, you're likely to not get to the place of having a genuine conflict. So it starts with people being proposed for appointments. The familial would be, for example, if one of you has the authority to recommend someone for an appointment, and you were to recommend a sibling, that would be a familial conflict. It would appear, even if that person were objectively qualified, as a conflict. The financial conflicts are something where an individual might already be in some way trying to parlay that appointment they're trying to get into some profit. If I get this, then some entity is going to give me an internship or give me some sort of benefit. There are far fewer times you're going to be able to find a conflict in behavior for someone who has not yet been appointed, but you may, and it would come through both your ARC process and your interviews at council, find things coming up that address those financial, familial, organization, or political interests that might lead you as a group to say, this person appears too conflicted to be interpreted by the student body largely as this being a fair and appropriate appointment, and then you might say, well, maybe we should not make that appointment. So there are things that then go into your consideration when you're making appointments. For those who are already appointed and sitting and elected, what this does is gives you the opportunity, should you directly become aware, should someone come through public comment and make comments that suggest someone is conflicted, should there be a report that comes through some way, this would then give you the language that you would use in your executive session when you're having a personnel discussion to determine whether you want to follow the process you have for removing someone from an appointment or office.
So when the conflict of interest is perceived before obviously it's like, citing for lack of a better word, is this going to be something like public? Because to say someone has been perceived to have a conflict of interest, and to say that publicly, they're like, oh, JK, they don't, that already sets, like, in my opinion, a dangerous precedent. Be like, oh, we think they have a conflict of interest. So it implies a mistrust, especially if it's shown later that there is a conflict of interest. So I don't know, my might be a really superficial, like, issue, but it's something that I'm considering.
I don't think it's just there, but obviously, it's part of the dialogue and before.
Oh, because
Like, obviously, you feel like that.
Because
Very encouraged, but not.
when we met with UCLA people, the first thing, I recorded everything we said. The first thing she said was, perceptions of conflict of interest can threaten the integrity of the process, organization, or person. It's important to consider how other people view that situation, not just themselves. And then that's when it's important to act. And like, that's, I think, the point that like ARC and CRC are coming from, is that like, when it threatens the integrity of the future of that board, or that entity, or that person, that's when it's important to like consider what we should do in that matter. I mean, in that's my personal opinion. I don't think that's a value statement. I think there are ways to like logically look at, for example, applicants or appointees and see if that threshold is met.
Alright, so this is what I'm saying. I think this makes sense. Also, this isn't going to be consistent because every ARC or CRC has different knowledge about different. Let's be very blunt. People know people who are coming to be appointed all the time, and sometimes they use extra information that they know about people to make decisions. And we can't say that's not true. But like, it can be good, it can be bad. The reality of the matter is, this doesn't show consistency year to year. People are going to have different information about the people coming forward. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is a conflict of interest. It means basically that you have access to you identify that as a conflict of interest, which doesn't make it impartial. It still makes it perception-based, even all the way up to sanction, which is my issue.
Yeah, and I think that we grappled with that too. Oh my God, I just lost my train of thought.
Okay, like I just say that like ultimately the interpretation of the bylaws is always up to interpretation by the council. And like, I agree with you that that's like low-key problematic and that like it'd be great.
It's like low-key problematic, but like. But there's no solution to that except to have a robot that determines it, like, you know what I'm saying, the council will be different interpreted by.
So I think what, you should, I think what
Hey,
Bethany,
Bella.
I think what Bethany, is trying to get at was something that I also struggled with, is that like, it's a big school, but it's really not that big, like, we all kind of know each other by like 6 degrees of separation. And I think that's why we wanted to add, explicitly, may have unauthorized financial, familial, organizational, or political interests, and that doesn't encompass like we're friends with them, like we like met them at a party, like we've been on a like date with them or something like that. Like we want to encompass tangible, like concrete things, not necessarily material, but something that can be qualified or quantified in the way of financial, familial, organizational, or political, so that it's not just like, oh, like I know so-and-so, like I can attest, like they said this at a party, things like that. It's like, so that council doesn't sound like they're like grasping at straws, and so it protects kind of the integrity of the appointee or potential appointee without just like grasping at straws.
So then for an appointee that keeps having a conflict of interest, like for instance, let's say ARC has a whole thing of like no record play or whatever, no information on the basis of conflict of interest. Beyond what avenues are you going to put for them to defend themselves? So again,
Who defend? Who defend them?
for instance, like, because again, for instance, they're not always combating the material evidence of them having conflict. They're combating the perception of such behavior.
The perception on the basis of material or non-material terms.
And to the degree that it's so extreme that it causes a mistrust of democratic institutions and processes.
I also remind everyone that this language already exists in our bylaws, and so without these new, I think these changes make it narrow it actually, but in a good way, in an intentional way. If we don't do anything, the perception language is gonna stay. So it's just a question of, do we like this better than what exists?
Yeah, the perception's still there.
And to your point, like this, what Claire literally says, that it narrows it, the burden of it having to be the distrust in democratic institutions. Right now, it can literally just be, oh, there's a perception side.
Yeah, this is actually more helpful for the potential appointee as they have more of a basis to defend themselves and to have actual like limitations and categorical kind of, because if someone came before us and were like, oh, like we think you have a conflict of interest, we didn't even have this religious, age, racial, ethnic qualifications before that. And I mean, I trust our council, but it could have gotten dangerous if we didn't add these qualifications for, you know, who knows what kind of council could be like, we think you have a conflict of interest because like you hang around with like these type of people that are like also like you, and like that could get into like some really discriminatory things.
With her and someone can say, I saw so-and-so speaking to so-and-so, I think that is a conflict of interest, right? There's not that narrowing language that says that perception has to be so great that it integrally causes a mistrust of the democratic processes and institutions.
Time, everyone.
And therefore, if the student refuses that, will then have to defend themselves from the okay, that's not the issue.
I don't wanna rush anyone into a vote they don't be prepared for, but it is 12:45 a.m. So, is there a motion to approve, the CRC recommendation was 4-0?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the bylaw change regarding conflict of interest?
Do we have to change that language, correct? Like,
I'm recommending.
oh, right.
I wrote it down.
Council members, council members and CRC members, you all can do that. We should add a second paragraph that says, what Dr. Geller explained earlier, or is this, or are you all liking this definition as it rests right now?
Going to take out or pending employment wherever it appears, and then just add that last sentence about someone, we participated in it. But if we are not allowed to legislate someone's behavior while they're pending appointment, then we shouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
But I kind of just adjust the purview of if they can. Or not. If this is like our bylaws for the parameters of how we can.
Yeah.
I know, I mean, I think we don't go to that. To me, it's just like kind of redundant. You can't like tell someone like what to do or what not to do or like sanction them, but we can, this is in the paragraph, in the section of when we're dealing with trying to appoint someone. We kind of understood that the option.
I also think that if we add that second sentence that like I think says, no pending appointment shall, or if something
May not.
may not be appointed, that might make people limiting, because what this says is that the council has the right to question. And after the question, determining. So I've argued that language, if we were to add may not be appointed, like specifically gets to an outcome, that may not even be what the council.
Yeah, I think it
It's
gets
even or
narrow.
not.
It's even, yeah.
So if we add the second sentence that says,
A student possessing any aforenamed criteria for conflicts of interest may not be considered for appointment at the discretion of the council.
exactly, I think that makes a decision that like, we're already looking at the outcome for them not to be appointed. I think that if we stick to the language that is there now, it doesn't say that they will or will not be appointed, but rather says that council has the ability to, question them, to be able to then determine if there is a conflict of interest.
And we could make a different recommendation besides not appointing them. We could be like, you know what, like, do better outreach, or like, we hold you to this standard, like make like a oral kind of like pledge to us that you'll adhere to this, and this.
Okay, so is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I motion to approve the CRC, change of bylaw language.
All right, vote for roll call, David Henry.
Yes.
Jennifer Gunn. Jerome Sue. Yes. Jerome Free. Okay, AC. CC.
Yes.
CSC. Yes. David. FSC.
Yes.
S3C.
Yes.
CSR.
And also abstain.
Okay, I vote 9-0-2, motion passes to bylaw is changed as proposed. Okay, we have discussion items. Do we feel like they need to happen or can table? I'm down to table.
Hold on, let's just say what they are, and then we can make a motion.
Okay. Okay. So the first one, Robert, you proposed on the council admin speech dialogue.
Oh, yeah, I'll bring this up next week or the week later. I met with Maria Monroe and was talking to them about how there might be a good time for us to all sit down and just talk about like some of the, like reflect on a lot of instances we had, like speech on campus and speech in the council room. So that's something we can wait.
Okay. Great. Next was on the ASU selected education board letter. I'm happy to talk about it briefly, but we can also.
Basically, they just said, don't you guys want to talk about this, but your decision doesn't say right.
I say we invite someone.
He was actually here.
He was?
Yeah, he popped in.
Oh, okay.
He was like,
I can invite the chair. I'll invite the chair.
Maybe we say, yeah, we invite the chair again.
Can we do it week before?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then at the beginning of the meeting, we start with that.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Okay, so let's talk about this board situation week 4. Deal?
Yeah.
Great. All right. Lastly is slates.
Wait.
literally, please.
So,
Okay,
exactly, like I don't know if we should have like a full-on discussion, review discussion, but I think we wanted to at least present this possibility. At our CRC meeting, one of the things that we were possibly looking to explore is language that evaluates, the legality, if you will, possibly of having slaves and or political parties, on campus. I recognize that this might be a discussion that we need to have, in the future, but that is something that CRC may or may not, in full transparency, I don't know how we'll decide to explore, and I at least wanted to gauge your opinions before CRC does anything that they might recommend anything. And so, yeah.
So first, that has to come from the election board chair, I would say. Second, I'm obviously I'm a slave, but I have a lot of critical opinions on slaves we can talk about another day. I just don't know if we can legislate that because I think we might run into constitutional, I mean like the United States Constitution, freedom of association.
I can point to university. Sorry.
There are other campuses that do not have slates. There's no requirement to allow people to run as affiliated with a slate. The requirement is that you not hold against someone who they affiliate or associate with. But it doesn't have to mean that you have a formal slate process.
Right.
It does require everyone to run just on their name.
It also connects that to the code bylaws. Election board has to approve the election code first, but we're allowed to recommend it before they read that. Is that?
You can recommend.
Yeah.
But you can't take
Votes.
They bring it forward, and then you have the ability to amend whatever they bring forward, and ultimately you're going to vote on something that may or may not be what they bring to you.
CRC can go ahead and vote on that. And right within their committees.
We're not looking to supersede any of the processes that are in place, but more so understanding our responsibility as council to ultimately approve the election code as we decide on. So, and it's not unbeknownst to university. I can name two universities, University of Central Florida and UC Riverside, who have in the past banned political parties / slates. So that is, I think, what the discussion would be.
What the next year about? Oh, the motivation for.
Do we feel like we need to have a discussion now?
So the reason why I wanted to propose is because we wanted to give the election board a copy of what our recommendations were before, so that they had enough time to look at them, so that we had enough time to present this to council, and before the election code, the draft that he works against to us comes around, because I think it would be not transparent on our end to propose this like on the spot. So in terms of what CRC hopes to do is we hope to bring some language about what our recommendations are next week, so that it gives e-board enough time to evaluate our recommendations.
Is that the e-board itself also conducts like some sort of like a public setting, like, it's something I require meeting as council or as person make recommendations. So that may be that it should be a point for them to know that before they present their first draft. It's unrelated like the state question, but I think what we should do is take our recommendation to that public meeting too, just so that like we get a feel like what everyone else is like feeling like. I think I have one like 3 years ago, it was like agenda that year, did the same like when it actually like completely like changed from 20 years to 30 pages or whatever. The council proposed to election board, but they also went to the public meeting so that we could see what our proposal, how the proposal set with like general, like, community efforts.
So maybe this is something to mull over, because I think we are almost exhausted. Okay, great.
Could I ask a final question? So then if this were to come up, say, next week when we are, when CRC is set, according to our conversation, present these recommendations to the board, like, I'm just like, if this were to come, it would be probably next week. So if we postpone it, we're like, just, we might have a long conversation, next week or, yeah.
So I know the CRC is meeting this week to talk about this, but are you saying that if we don't talk about it tonight, council is putting it in the trust of CRC to propose their own vote?
In a way, but I guess, because we can have a conversation when it comes up, if it comes up like next week or whenever, but I'm just like saying that like, this conversation is, may or may not happen if CRC were to recommend this.
Right.
Is outside of council, which they're saying that if we don't talk about it yet, it's basically what's happening.
No, I'm just saying, like,
In general, like, before.
like this is a conversation that council will have if it gets to that, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can table it tonight, we wanted to extend you all the courtesy of like, at least kind of being like into some of the developments that CRC might be looking into. Because we also didn't want to just issue with anything, like, you know, next week or whatever comes up.
Okay, Ryan, I know.
So just really quickly, I don't know if I read right, but I think the Bible says we have to have elections by the 7th, right?
Yes.
Is it really feasible to try and do all this within the next 4 weeks, considering we're doing 4
I mean, Richard has already been working on election code amendments since last quarter. Full transparency, at the beginning of the year, we had discussion, I think it might have been over the summer, when we had a discussion about changes that we wanted to see to election code preliminarily. We took notes. I think I should have brought that up. I sent it to Richard, so he has that. In conversations with him, we talked about some of the things that council's brought up. And even in his very first interview with me back in, I don't even know when it was, October, he brought an annotated copy of the election code. So he's already been working on it. The concern is just what the formal presentation of council's recommendation. And so maybe Jay, when the CRC comes out, you can include council's concern about slates and ask the election board to propose something about slates, and then we can either approve that or not approve that accordingly. Does that make sense? But I don't think that a conversation as monumental as the future of UCLA should take place at 1 a.m. Inappropriate. Cool. So with that, any other pressing comments, questions, concerns, announcements? Great. I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 12:55 a.m. Do we need to do good and welfare, or is it good and welfare never going?
I am not good.
Great. Good and welfare is have a great day. Happy birthday, Bethany. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Bethany. Happy birthday to you. That was so
Good night, Usac Live. Oh. Love you, audience.
Oh, I gotta sign out. Could you imagine having credit for this? That would be. That's
You too. Have a good night, everyone. It's the sign-in. I'm tired, okay?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna get going.
See you all later.
Is anyone going back to their office? I have to. I also left my umbrella. But like, what about tomorrow?
It's recyclable. Alright, well, I mean, no one's right. I'm just waiting to see how look Kathleen's doing. She's probably gonna go home. Alright.
You want us to wait for you? We'll wait. He's gonna let Kirk off.
Oh, yeah. If you don't want those messages as well, alright?
You missed really great class. You missed a really great class on Monday.
No, actually,
It
you
was
should have
so-
come back.
Yeah, but it was like this. It was like we were thrilling.
Damn, I didn't know you were out.
Insightful. So almost like.
Oh, I love that Domino's. That is a good place. Have a good night.